Okay, everybody come up to the BPL studio chat, please. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Curse of Strahd. I am your GM, Miles Brandt, and I am joined by a wonderful cast of characters. We have 6 other players from the Legion who have decided to join us on our merry adventures in a land of gothic horror. I'd like to start by introducing everyone. First, we will introduce Corvo, who is playing Hawthorne. Hawthorne is a Circle of the Spores druid. Corvo, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hello, folks. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm everybody's uncle here, and I'm gonna try my best to keep these folks alive and well and healthy and well fed.
Absolutely. Next, we have Sir Callahan, played by the infamous or famous, depending on who you are, Shy Guy. He is a paladin with an oath of the crown.
Hello there, everyone. As I continue my quest in helping my state, I have somehow wound up with this band of merry adventurers. I'll do my best to honor them in both combat and in conversation.
Excellent. Next, we have Fenrin, played by the resident rules lawyer and professional lawyer, Big Seth. Fenrin is, if I could get their character sheet here, a bard studying in the College of Lore.
Yes, I am Fenrin of House Quimindi, from a family of storytellers, and I've come to this plane to find my muses, and that's them.
Then we have Sosk, who is a very big lizard, played by Starmute. Sosk is a barbarian studying the path of the Totem Warrior.
Hello, I am Sask. I am very hungry.
Sosk very much enjoys his foodstuffs and is aspiring to become a master chef. Except instead of Gordon Ramsay, he likes some of his food raw, I would assume, being a lizard.
Yes, it's raw.
Next up, we have Quintro being played by Squid Child. Quintro is also a bard from the College of Valor. And at first you might be like, what? Two bards in the same party? But we've talked it through, and we have some interesting stuff in store as these two progress in levels, if they survive the encounters of Borovia. So welcome to Quintro.
Welcome and well morrowed. You there, hold the line. That one there, keep up. And you're not nearly as wounded as you seem. Get up, that's only blood. It grows back.
Blood does indeed grow back. All right, and last but not least, we have our backup character. That is Beals being played by Gearhead. So the way that this is going to work is normally we'll have our first 5 characters playing in the game. And if one of them needs to go and do something and we're not in a critical session, Gearhead here has volunteered to be our backup player. So they'll be around in certain sessions, or if another player has to go. Welcome to Beals. Beals is a sorcerer, and I believe they are studying... actually, they're not just a sorcerer. They are a sorcerer and a fighter of the Clockwork Soul.
Yes, my character is an enigma here to set the world in order, one bounty at a time.
So we have quite the show for you tonight. We have a general sort of schedule that we're going to go through with Session 0. We talked it out as a group, and we decided that we wanted to stream our Session 0 because most people don't really show their Session 0 and how that works. For those of you who are unfamiliar with how a Session 0 works, we basically go through and talk as a group what our expectations are for the game, the setting, and basically just the sort of things that you would want to hash out as a party before you start playing. Because we all here are here to have a good time, and we want to make sure that we set up our social contracts in a way that everybody can have fun and can have fun all the time. So, that being the case, the first 2 hours or so of this will be talking through that sort of stuff. Then we'll have a short 10-minute break, and then we'll spend the last hour and 50 minutes or so actually starting our adventure. So, I am very excited. I hope you all are too. Just so you all know, we will not be reading the chat while we're going through this, because we're going to be doing a lot of talking. So, if you would like to donate, we'll still have our alerts up and they'll be visible, but otherwise we won't be looking at anything. So I wouldn't say whatever you want to, because we still have some other mods in there, but yeah, feel free to go ham. Some of our players might be looking at the chat, so please try to avoid spoilers if you've played this module in the past, but otherwise get ready for a fun time. I run this module slightly differently as the GM. I run it with a lot of variations, especially from community inserts. So you'll be seeing a lot of things that differ from the main module if you have played it before, and hopefully some of those things will be a treat for you if you have explored this module before. That being said, I want to run through quickly what our main show looks like here. So on the right side of the screen, we're going to have our normal chat. We can't necessarily stream all the music that we would like to in this game. So in the bottom right there, if we have a track playing, you'll be able to see it there. And then we'll have the main screen right in front of us. And then, of course, our wonderful players on the left here, who you can see through voice activation if they're talking. So, all that being said, I want to get right into the game. So, this is Curse of Strahd. It has a little bit of a different feel to it than most other Dungeons & Dragons modules. And in my opinion, it's one of the best ones, because not only does it set a really strong groundwork in an interesting setting, but it's done in a way that lets you modify it quite extensively. So expect things to be a little grittier. Expect player characters to die if the world calls for it. And expect there to be a few situations in this module that are a little bit hairy. So I personally have red cards set up, and that's the first thing that we're going to be talking about as a group. So I really only have one red card, and that is explicit sexual content. We will not be exploring explicit sexual content in this module. There might be allusions to some things, but generally that is not something that I want in my games. Before I go on, do I have any of my players who'd like to talk about red cards that they don't want to see in the game?
Not really.
No,
I am a quiet lizard folk.
unless
I'll say-
anything comes up egregiously, I'm good for now.
Yep.
I actually have one specific thing I have learned from another game that just doesn't sit right with me.
Okay. All right. Let's hear it.
The removing of pieces of someone who is helpless but leaving them alive. The Ramsay Bolton thing.
All right.
If you're going to hurt him, but if you're going to do that, finish him off.
Okay. So I will make a note of that. And the way that I do things, right, we've stated our intentions with these red cards, but if something comes up that you feel is close to that, right, nobody's perfect. So I want you to simply stop the game and be like, whoa, that's a little too close to this type of content that I don't want to explore. So can we modify that a little bit, and then we can go from there. Same thing with yellow cards. If there's something that you're not comfortable with in the game, you want us to either modify or change it a little bit, I am totally fine with stopping right where we are and modifying that scene a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll come up. I don't think it'll be a problem, but that's the one thing I know.
Yep.
I was just going to say that my character sometimes eats things, but I'm only going to eat things that are dead.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll help.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
It's
I'm
something about the
just
thought of making them live
there's-
with less of them bodies. Just not
Yeah,
okay.
normally though that would be a red flag as far as if they weren't dead, you know.
No worries about it. I want you all to feel as comfortable as you would be as my players. So feel free to do as you would. And if something comes up that that somebody isn't comfortable with, I trust all of you to simply mention it, and we will work through it. That's another thing that I want to talk about when it comes to stopping the game. I run my games a little bit differently than a lot of other GMs, and I have a different method of conflict resolution. I've already talked about this with my players, but just for our audience here, player conflict is okay, and in fact it's encouraged, but there are certain caveats to that. I heavily encourage my players to talk out of character about the kinds of conflicts that they want to see with each other. And I'm also okay with them initiating those conflicts ad hoc, and having secrets from each other too, because those things can make situations a little bit more interesting. But I also want our players to feel comfortable not getting sidelined, or what's the term called where you like clotheslined by something. So
That works too.
Yeah. When we have situations where one of our players is getting into a conflict with another player, or they're having their assumptions challenged about how this game goes, I want that player to speak up. And what happens when that player speaks up is we say, okay, the rogue, and we don't have a rogue in our party, is trying to steal from someone else. And that player or that player's character would believe that they wouldn't be able to play with that other player afterwards, right? So that player mentions it, and then we talk. We say, okay, so the rogue wants to do something that antagonizes another player. It might not be stealing. What can we make it so that the rogue can still antagonize that player, but we can do it in a way that is healthy and conducive? And we might go through that entire conversation and we might decide, actually, no, the rogue is going to steal from this other player, and this is how that player is going to handle it. And then we play it out. But the purpose of it is to make sure that we all, as a group, are manufacturing a very strong story with each other, right? We all are here primarily to have fun and to entertain. And if we have to step outside of the game for a second to do that, I highly encourage it. And it also allows us as a group to be a little bit more natural with how the story goes and stuff. You aren't going to see any sort of behind the scenes scripting for this kind of game. Our players will generally not know what's going to happen next. So I hope that it will help bring some authenticity to the table. And speaking of authenticity, I am not the kind of GM who is going to fudge dice. So if a player ends up making a roll that kills them, it's going to happen. If a player decides that they want to do something that is going to end up killing them, it's going to kill them, or maim them, or cause an NPC ally to die, right? It's going to happen.
And you made sure to threaten us of team player killing for a long time, since December.
Yes, I've been
sure
threatening to
feel
kill these
threatened.
guys the entire time.
This
And you can
mod,
try.
for everything I've
Send
heard,
help.
has
I am
a bit of
threatened.
reputation.
So I think that brings authenticity to the world, and it brings value to the challenges that we're going to have in this module. There are going to be encounters in this module that could TPK the entire party, and if that happens, well, Curse of Strahd is over. That will be our last session.
Italy.
But it also means that you can truly prevail against the sort of enemies in here. And it's the same thing with the sandbox, right? I am going to put you all in a sandbox, and that sandbox is called Borovia. You can make decisions that will harm you indefinitely, lock you out of certain endings, or you can make decisions that will ultimately allow you to succeed. And most of the time, you'll have some hints as to what's going to help you and what's going to allow you to succeed. But other times, right, you're just going to have to use your intuition. And my objective as the DM is to set you up so that you can use your intuition and use it well. Because I'm not an antagonistic DM. I don't want to kill you. Certain things in this world will want to kill you, but I ultimately want to see the party succeed. I'm not going to pull any punches to see that happen, but I'm on your side. We're all on the same team here. Except for when I'm trying to kill you.
It's like a mob boss telling us that he doesn't want to hurt us.
But I will.
But I will.
We
But I will
reap
hurt you.
what we sow.
Exactly. Every consequence is a consequence that you will make. Another cool thing, and something that I like that has kind of been encouraged by Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, is I highly encourage my players to get creative with the base game and expand upon it. So we'll be collaborating together on things like how people's garbs look, how their swords are, if spells work in a slightly different way, and that works on the fluff level. And for those of you who don't know, fluff is a term that means that there's no mechanical differences in it. It's just in the descriptions and such. But we'll also be working on the crunch level too, and that crunch level is the mechanics and how the math works and things like that. We'll do most of that off screen because we don't want to bore you with the details of all of that.
Kind of like how I asked for my rapier to be an S-Talk.
Exactly.
Or E-Stock.
I want to encourage my players to have as much freedom with this world as they'd like.
Numerically,
And
it's
on that
the same
note,
thing.
man,
It's just a thicker sword.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, numerically, game-wise, it didn't change a thing. It's just a heavier sword.
exactly.
It
All
looks
fluff.
different. It's not a fencing foil. It's just a little different.
It just makes you feel a little bit cooler.
Yeah, I'm not a foppish character. It's still a stabby blade. It's just a little thicker, a little heavier. Whatever. Sorry, I digress.
And no. So, as you all may have noticed, we are a very new party. We are joining into this at the same level of you. I've given them a little bit of homework to make sure that their characters work well together and have a little backstory with each other. But we're a completely new group. This is the first time that we've set up, and we decided that we wanted to do it as a stream to all of you. So bear with us. Work through any little social faux pas that we have with each other as we find our groove. But saying that, you all are welcome to interrupt me at any time. I am not the kind of GM that needs to have the spotlight, so feel free to just jump in wherever. Back to my points on the creativity. I am a GM who rewards creativity in my games. So if you want to use a spell in a certain way, that might not be how the spell works all the time, but we might be able to explore a way that that spell works that way that time, if you give me a good enough argument. So say that our lawyer friend here, Fenrir, wants to use one of their bard spells in a specific way. They might be able to convince me to allow that to happen, and that will help us flesh out our understanding of my universe's characters and how they work and their spell systems and stuff like that. Or it might just be something cool that happens once because Fenrir, in a moment of desperation, was able to bring out something of their class that they otherwise wouldn't. And then when it comes to role play and things of that nature, I am a DM that adheres pretty strictly to the DC modifiers sort of thing that goes on, right? So I was talking with, I think it was Corvo, when we were doing character creation, and Corvo was worried about how he was going to assign his attributes to like charisma and things of that nature. And I told him, listen, you might get a charisma modifier of +1, or actually I think this was Shy Guy. So you might get a charisma modifier of +1 or -1, right? But I want you to assign your points how your character would be, because ultimately that +1 in your charisma is going to be about a 5% chance to improvement or not improvement to how that roll is going to go. But how you role play it can give you up to a 20% chance of improvement, right? Because if we go a +4 modifier to that DC level, it's going to be a lot harder. -4 modifier to that DC level, it's going to be a lot easier. So it can fluctuate 20% both ways. If you roleplay your character in a way that is believable, that shows that your character is trying to overcome some attribute difficulties that relates to their character more than it relates to a number, then I'm going to reward you for that. The same thing goes if you perform splendidly with your roleplay. I will reward inspiration. I also intend to award inspiration to the first person every session who volunteers to keep track of the party's journal. I don't want one person to have to do it all the time, and so I will award inspiration to the person who would like to do that. So for this session, do I have any volunteers for who would like to keep track of the party's journal?
I volunteer.
Oh, he's good to draw.
So, Callahan will be taking care of the party's journal this session, and they will get to use an inspiration wherever they would like this session. I think I've covered a lot of the things that I like to do as a GM. Of course, if something comes up along the way that I need to address, we will stop the game and address it. But I like to open the floor up now to the rest of the group to kind of talk through what they would like to see from this game. And then we'll go on and talk about the setting and what happens in it.
I came
Well-
here very open-minded because I didn't want to spoil anything. So I'm
That's good.
excited for anything.
All right. As with me, it is so with my players. If you all want to solidify any part of how we're playing this game or how we're doing things as we're going through, I think that it's important to interrupt what we're doing and talk about that. So always feel free and open to do that. So let's talk a little bit about the setting. This is Curse of Strahd, and we are not going to start in Borovia. We're going to start somewhere else. In fact, we're going to start in a tavern in Waterdeep. Very classic. This group of adventurers has been adventuring with each other from levels 1 to 3. For those of you who are familiar, we will not be utilizing the level 1 to 3 adventure that would normally occur in this module, as I feel like it's going to be a lot better for our players to have known each other beforehand, have explored some things with each other, and have a repertoire with each other when we start. And to that extent, I gave them some homework, as I mentioned before. Each one of them has developed situations with each other that have either improved an ideal, given them a flaw that they share, given an inkling of a secret that one of them has to the others. And I'll be encouraging you all to reference those as we go through and talk about them in a roleplay fashion. And of course, develop new ones as we go on. So that's just a hint of how we're going to do things moving forward. When we have our roleplay sessions, I encourage you all to interact with each other in the ways that you think would be normal for your characters, and perhaps we can make some more ideals or flaws or bonds, etc. as we continue forward. All of that is in flux. And speaking of, that reminded me, I don't necessarily use alignment in my games. So something that you might consider a lawful good character to be, we're not going to really follow those definitions. Sentient people, are generally a lot more complicated than to fall into a certain alignment. So you all are free to characterize the characters as you would, and if you want to put them into groups, you certainly can. But the only things that will be using alignment are mechanical things. So if you're casting protection from good and evil, entities that would be good or would be evil, right, as the situation may dictate, will of course be affected by that spell. An angel is generally going to be lawful good, just as a devil is generally going to be lawful evil. A demon is generally going to be chaotic evil. A fae is going to be neutral good or neutral depending on where it comes from, or neutral evil even. And I don't really have a good example of what would be a chaotic good at the moment, but regardless, that will generally be how it is. Don't expect something to fit into a certain box. So if you encounter an imp along your travels, it's probably lawful evil, but it might not be. It might have had some instances in its life where it decided to be lawful good. It, put on some dress clothes and went to work like normal people.
I'm a foppish imp.
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
You might encounter some ferrets, right? And they've set up a business. It's a business's business.
Say, Druid, I need to remind you guys that any geese you find, they are evil. Even if
Any
the
what's you
DM,
find?
any geese.
Oh, geese.
Geeses.
Oh, geese.
Geesen.
Geese, yeah.
He said
A legion of
Big
geese.
nuts. They are
Right.
all evil.
Never trust a goose.
That's true.
So that's actually something important to mention.
And why?
Corvo had mentioned this to the rest of our group before starting. we wanted to go over a few things just to set expectations. I want to set a few expectations here. English is not Corvo's first language, so
Oh yeah.
so Corvo might have some issues sometimes pronunciating things, but we're all here to be patient with him, and we're happy to have him here. That is just something that he wanted everybody to know. And I would like to make sure that the rest of the players know that sometimes it is good to give Corvo a little bit of extra attention and give him a little bit of extra room to contribute to the conversation sometimes, because sometimes it might be a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, it won't be a problem most of the time. And just pretend that Halfarn has traveled a lot. He's from very far away. So he has an accent in game. Like, sometimes people might not understand him. But he's patient. He will repeat it.
Oh, another thing to note is gnomes do not exist in this universe. I was scarred from a previous Dungeons and Dragons game where
Deleted by
gnomes,
sheer hatred.
yes, gnomes were horrendously misused, and so gnomes don't exist.
But they like use this like cannon ammunition? Like what's going
Some god out there thought, no, and then they're gone.
I Thanos snapped all the gnomes.
on?
Even from living memory, they're gone.
Yeah.
Even from living memory.
Pour one out and all matching silver goblets for the gnomes.
I mean, we still have halflings, so pretty much the same thing.
A little bit of extra context. Our players started with a gold buy. I told them that they could have 200 starting gold to spend and a common magic item from a really long list of magic items, or 300 gold. And a lot of them picked the 200 gold option, so there are a few little common magic items that they all have that might be useful sometime later.
I got a song about mine.
You do?
Kind of. It's I got a jar of air. I got a jar of air.
Oh yeah. So Quintro has one of the world's only portable fans. You can just open it up and get some nice cool breezes. So the rest of the party might not be looking at the chat, but I can see some of those jokes in there. I see what's going on.
I got it on, but the minute someone starts talking about anything spoilery, I'll snap it shut.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Hopefully nobody does.
Right now,
'cause
we're
I'd
just
have to
making
be
it like-
very angry at
It's not,
them.
it's not a combat setting. You're like, oh, I remember there's a chest under the tree in the lighthouse next to the bakery that sells those cherry scones. What?
Cherry scones. I could go for a cherry scone right about now.
Good blueberry.
Yeah, cherries go until it sounds good.
So,
Pistachio.
I think we've gone through all of the things that we really need to start, and we are plenty ahead of schedule. So, how would you all like to get into the game here? Are you all ready? Do you feel like we've covered everything you want to? Do you have any questions for me as the GM about how I'm going to brutally murder you?
I'm ready to face my fate,
danger.
sword and shield in hand.
I still wish I had a breastplate, but I can't afford it yet.
I have
Good luck finding one.
I have a
Yeah,
question.
I'm pretty sure everything I've ever
ahead,
heard
what's
about
your question?
Ravenloft in the past is resources. What are those? But
What's the question?
I have a
make one out of
question.
a wagon wheel and some used gauze. It'll work.
Yes, what is your question?
So I have a unarmed attack,
Mm-hmm.
and my tavern brawler feat says I can use an unarmed attack to grab someone.
Yeah.
I have a natural unarmed attack of using my mouth. Can I use my mouth to grab somebody?
Yes.
You didn't need that shoulder.
You can
Mm.
wrestle
I
with
don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that. You fucking crazy alligator man.
Yeah. If you put your teeth around my entire shoulder, bite down, and try not to move, I'm probably not trying to move.
Yeah. Yeah, you absolutely can grapple people with your mouth.
Your mouth is the size of
Absolutely.
a German Shepherd, maybe bigger, a Borzoi.
Alligators have an insane bite strength. Just so you all
saying
know.
that-
Like,
Yeah,
Sure,
once they're
it's-
clamped on, you're screwed.
On the
Sure
bright
is.
side,
I did a little study about a certain autonomous robot, just to kind of calculate it out. These robots went 30 miles an hour and were carrying 3,000 pounds. And their Newton force was about half the strength of an alligator's bite. So you're in business.
On the bright side, when it comes to alligators, their jaw strength is next to none when it comes to opening it back up.
Yes, I heard about that. In fact, I
Yep.
talked about that at work the other day. You can just like put your fingers right on that mouth, and they won't be able to open it back up again. So if any of you ever have to wrestle an alligator, keep that one in mind.
Yeah, just
Hey,
put the
don't
snap-
be putting hands on top of my mouth.
Would comparing Sosk with alligators be considered racist? Like, does this bother him?
Reptilian.
I don't think it does. I know that D&D has tried to steer away from having racial traits be a specific thing, but Sosk is a big lizard man with a big lizard mouth, and I accept and celebrate his big lizard mouth.
Yeah, Sosk is awesome. He's like the smartest alligator. His brain is humongous.
That's true.
Yes.
Didn't you also say you were a little bit disappointed in the fact that only one of us went for an odd race, and even then it was a tamer odd race?
I am a little yeah, I am a little bit disappointed, but I'm not worried about it. I have plenty of opportunities to maim you all and shape you in the image that I would like as we go through.
Gross.
Gross,
Ruby.
bro.
Gross.
Okay, so when I get 4th level spells, take regenerate. Got it.
Yeah. Any other questions before we get started?
Nope. All's good.
Not really. That was the only question I had.
All right, it's time. I'm going to switch us over to the main screen. So, just to reiterate, I'm a DM that likes to play music. Some of the music that I'm going to play for you all is not something that we can share with our viewers, simply because I don't want us to get dinged for any copyright issues. That would be the last thing that I want. I want you all to be able to enjoy the VODs and go back and watch this later on. So, as a reminder, in that bottom right there, we have the current track that's playing. You all are perfectly welcome to go on YouTube, slap that description in there, and play that music along with us. But generally, we won't be playing music unless there's some big pertinent issue going on. So I'm gonna actually stop that lobby music right now.
Oh, but I was enjoying 3 tubas and a kazoo.
This track will feature a lot of hurdy-gurdy music, a
Awesome.
shameful amount of Witcher music, because I'm a little bit of a stickler for it, but I like the music to kind of fit the area that we're going to be in, so lots of Eastern European stuff.
It's just the Song of Storms from the Zelda game. That doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle-doo.
If you all are lucky enough, I do plenty of shower singing, so if you all are lucky enough, we might stumble across a time where I'm gonna end up singing for you all.
Roll wisdom saving throw.
Serenaded by my lovely voice.
I just have to point out that Halfhorn can play the hurdy-gurdy, so we have 2 bards and 1 kind of guy that knows how to play. We have a band in this party.
Yeah, we got
You
to break
basically
these
do have a band.
Yeah.
We just teach the other 3 to hum or chant, and yeah.
Sosk will try his best.
Yeah, Sauce could probably learn the drum.
Or,
So,
yeah.
Sosk probably does the throat singing. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, the Mongolian throat singing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
His
hamburger, cheese, Mac, Big Mac. So, let's get into it. You all are currently walking down one of the busier roads of Waterdeep, traveling to a tavern called the Old Shillelagh. You each were contacted either with a group of people that you were with or individually, depending on how you were traveling. And you received an invitation, basically, to come here. This invitation was worded in a way that makes you believe that it wasn't quite an invitation and much more a requirement to come here at this specific time and day. And you very quickly realized that the rest of the people who were with you had the same thing, and you've adventured with each other before, so you're not really surprised by this. What might surprise you is that somebody knew well enough ahead of time that you all have associated with each other before and contacted you all to come back together again. So, as you're walking down this road, trying to get to the Old Shillelagh, I'd like you all to introduce your characters, explain a little bit about your visual appeal, a little bit about how your character works, and for extra credit, and by extra credit I mean just GM brownie points, if when you end that character description, you talk about one of the scenarios that you developed with another character and transition over to them, I would be eternally grateful. Let's start with Sir Callahan, since you've already volunteered to do the group journal for us today.
Very well. As was stated previously, Sir Callahan is a paladin with the Order of the Crown. He is part of a small band of knights called the Hands of Cornell, a small kingdom set up recently within the past 50 years. He is on a mission, personally, to explore the world, solve problems, and make connections, so that he may help his state grow. And throughout his journey, he's met up a couple times with a bunch of different people here. And one such scenario that occurred was when working with Gearhead's character, Beals. Being a man of the law, he holds himself responsible for his and other people's actions who work with him. So, regardless of whether or not it's Callahan's fault, he'll hold himself responsible for the actions made by Beals. And he's trying to work on it, mainly by advising him on matters that would reduce collateral damage. As for a quick description, just so I don't take up too much time.
Plenty of time. Talk as much as you want.
Very well. Sir Callahan is decked out in some splint armor, so like bands of metal and wood and armor, bedecked with a cape, a light bluish one. Not too much to restrict his combat, which relies on a long sword and a shield with a reliquary based on it. The heraldry is a dark blue set with a gold banner straight down in the middle, in the center of which is a crown. On the right of it, a book, and on the left, a sword. He also has a halberd that he keeps on his horse by the name of Valerian, which he uses in matters that require a bit of distance. And that's pretty much it for that character for now.
And you were introducing whom?
I was introducing Beals, who is our guest party member, who is played by Gearhead.
Hello. Bales is walking alongside the group as well, and Bales is on first appearance, looks like an old man, I guess. He has naturally white hair and pale-colored eyes, but this is his natural hair color since his youth. He's actually middle-aged. He's dressed in a cloak and has a whip and a pair of manacles riding from his hip. Part of the sign of his profession as a bounty hunter in the city. As Callahan was just referring to, he became entwined with the group because of essentially unintentionally becoming a middleman between several of them. And several gray area actions by some of the party members that he's used his professional relationship with Callahan to kind of smooth over with the city authorities. This has kind of made sort of owing a series of circular favors, as it were, and kept him in contact with the group. He's most worried about Fenway, who's, if ethereal, otherworldly nature has gotten him into a little bit of trouble, and he's kept up with, usually by drinking heavily with him on the series of bars throughout town.
As you do. All right, Fenrin.
Yes. As alluded to, we got to know each other over the drink, but Fenrin is not of this plane. His home is a city floating throughout the astral sea. He's been to several other planes, but he's come to the point in his life where it's time to become an adult and claim his name. But his family are a family of storytellers, and they have a requirement that he go experience one worth retelling. So that's what's brought him here. He has long blonde hair and green eyes. He's a bit of a pretty boy. His clothing is fine, integrated with his studded leather armor. He carries a short sword, a short bow, heavy pack. He's well equipped, but a bit of a dandy. But he's a little bit unusual. He's not from this plane. He doesn't necessarily hold to the morals and customs. He enjoyed a great hunt with Sosk. They wanted to try something new, and with a little careful cooking technique, orc could be quite delicious.
Yes.
Love the taste of orc in the morning.
Well, Sask is a lizard folk. He was originally from the Blue Scale tribe, but it was wiped out by the Bullywugs. He doesn't hold any amorous towards the Bullywugs. His tribe just didn't survive so good. Whenever he was getting away, he came across the corpse of a froghemoth, and after large snacking, he started to crave strange and exotic foods more and more. If you look at Sosk, he is a very large lizard folk, and he has a shield made of alligator snapping turtle. His body is green but has full of discolored brown scales, and his teeth are yellow and sharp. He wears a bear totem around his neck. Sosk revealed that he doesn't understand money and only values survival. To Quintaro, he doesn't understand why you would need to kill a beholder instead of hunting rabbit, and doesn't understand good and evil on regards of having to wipe things out.
All right, who's left so I know who to link to?
It's
Me.
you and Hawthorne.
That actually kind of works. All right. Quintro, or Quint if you're in a hurry to speak his name and don't want to do the syllable thing. He's a male half elf, male half wood elf. His skin is a mahogany color, dark hair, dark eyes. He tends to favor plain, practical clothing, and he wears a simple armor of chain over leather. Keeps his weapons meticulously clean, and he walks with a purposeful gait nearly anywhere he goes. He's got a few scars on his face, but that actually seems to add more of a rugged look to him than detracting from his look. He was in the military for several years, helped command some units, and decided to leave when it was time. He tends to be no nonsense when it's pardon me, tends to be no nonsense, but when there's time for free time, he will be mirthful and happy as the rest of anybody. Let's see here. What?
My favorite skin color is mahogany.
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 He walks up next to Hawthorne. He says, "Hey, can't thank you enough for saving my life a couple years ago. I would never have survived that ogre attack had you not drugged me through the woods."
Somebody.
Yep.
Body.
Somebody was fresher than the others.
Pretty
Once
much.
told me the world's gonna roll.
Also, I want to
You-
give a shout out to Malicious Carp, thank you for joining in and watching us.
He is indeed winning, Dad.
Well, it's my turn. Well, Hawthorne has been through some, well, horrendous stuff, but that's not important. That's not important at all. What matters is that he's a traveling healer. He's very curious about medicine because what do you do when you are not a spellcaster and you have a broken leg? So he actually tries to study medicine and understand how to fix stuff, and he likes he needs studying for that. So being a druid of spores, death is just as normal as life, and he likes to uh, study people that are not using their bodies anymore. And he considers Sosk his potential assistant. He likes to. He's a uh, 30 years old human. Very. He dresses like a druid. You can imagine like how a druid dress. He doesn't care a lot about his appearance. It's much more function over aesthetics, but he tries to blend in society so he can practice his job, trying to heal people. So he can make himself look normal for a while, and he carries a very old Dr. Plague mask that was from his masters. He's actually kind of good looking when he's clean. Being a druid, he walks too much over mud and possibly corpses. And whenever possible, he tries to gift Sosk his little reptile friend little bits of meat he like finds somewhere totally legal.
Totally legal.
Totally legal.
That meat procured from a premium facility on the west coast of Faerun. Don't ask any other questions about it.
Random
I just found it. I just found it. It was on the
Meat's
side
meat.
road.
Here's 1/3 of a liver.
Speaking of your plague mask, Hawthorne,
Hmm.
your master told you that the mask that was passed down to you is thousands of years old. You're not sure exactly how that could be because the thing is fairly dingy, but your master said what your master said.
Yep. And his skull wasn't pierced, so the thing probably protected him for like 100 years or maybe more.
So as you're walking, all walking through the streets of Waterdeep, you see on the side of the road a rather dingy-looking woman with long hair, dressed in brown rags, hit by the sunlight of the midday, and she seems to be cupping her hands towards passersby. And you see a fairly brawny looking dragonborn in chainmail with a cloak scoff as he brushes past her, and you all begin to walk towards that section of the street. Do any of you do anything special here?
I just give her 2 gold coins.
Golden
Without thinking
coins?
about it.
Gold coins?
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
Gold is not, well.
You realize what a gold coin can do, man.
yeah.
Her
I
eyes,
don't
her eyes
care.
light, and she's like,
Wage, yeah.
"Thank you, stranger. Thank you." And she quickly pockets it and looks around, trying to see if anybody else notices the prize that she's just picked up from you. Does anybody else do anything?
I'm gonna go up to her and just whisper, I'll be wise to convert that to copper and silver as soon as I can, unless those with greedy eyes may beset upon you.
Oh, yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll do that right away. And she scurries off.
Oh, I was just gonna, just make. I mean, he just scoffed. He didn't like like shoulder check or anything.
Oh no, he didn't hurt her. or
Oh,
anything.
okay.
He
I would
just-
observe. I mean, I was probably going to give her a coin or two, but knowing that it already happened, just
Yeah, we didn't have an opportunity for you to.
So the guy's
So you
draconic,
certainly
huh?
not a
can-
problem. No problem.
You certainly no. What I'm saying is, we didn't give you as a player, right, the option to have
Absolute most,
interjected
I would-
here in time.
absolute
So
most,
I'm okay with us going back just a little bit, so that you could have given her some coins too, if you
No,
would
at
like to.
absolute most, I would have just checked to make sure, like, not even a perception. I don't know what you would call it. Just to see if she was physically okay or if she had a limp or something.
Oh,
yeah,
and I
go
need to
ahead and
ask.
go ahead and make me a medicine check then, Quintro.
Oh, medicine.
Our first historic roll of the adventure.
That's
The
expertise.
first roll.
Hold on, I gotta
And
figure
it's
out.
going to be a critical. Watch.
Where do I click on? Oh, just the actual medicine.
Yep.
Nope, it was just an 8.
All right.
Just wanted to, it's just more of a well-being glance.
Yeah, as she's scurrying off, you try to get a close enough look to sort of identify if she has any major cuts or bruises or any particular impediments. But she seems to have gotten out of there pretty fast, and
Okay.
didn't really give you an opportunity to properly examine her.
Stop! I
Understandable.
need to pull out an old-timey stethoscope. No.
Sauce makes a cooking check.
Would you like?
No,
to-
I'm just joking.
Okay, good.
Oh, I have to ask. Do I have my familiar already cast? Is
Are you the kind of person who would have your familiar cast?
yeah, I have my
Bird?
mastiff with me.
Oh,
Okay. For the
know,
audience,
big branches.
I use familiars a little bit differently. So let's very quickly run through how familiars work in my games. So Corvo here has control of his familiar in combat and can, of course, order it around to do things. And I, as the GM, get to play that familiar in terms of their disposition, how they would generally act, because familiars are spirits that have been summoned to do the bidding of others. So generally, it will want to do what Corvo says because it aligns with whatever magic that Corvo has pulled it out from. But it'll have its own personality and things like that. This familiar's name is Branches, and you are choosing for Branches to take the form of a mastiff.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
can I give a comment to branches?
Certainly can. Can you also describe Branches a little bit for me?
Branches is a fey spirit in the form of an animal. Usually has the shape of a mastiff, which is a huge beaver boy. He's a big dog, but usually with a very black fur. And he's kind of intimidating. I just tell Branches, hey, bite the hand of anybody that maybe tries to pickpocket me, buddy.
You can feel as if Branches has acknowledged that request.
Okay.
And,
What a good boy.
As
He's
you're
the
walking down the
biggest
street,
boy.
he lets out a little growl towards somebody who's passing by. You get the feeling that he had anticipated that something would have happened there, but he seems to be doing his job very well. You all are about 2 blocks away from the tavern that you're supposed to meet at. You don't know who you're meeting. You don't know strictly why you're going there, but there was an incredible reward attached to the end of the missive that you were given. That reward was 2,000 platinum pieces for each of you
Jeebus.
for accomplishing this mission.
You can buy a whole forest with that.
You each could, if I'm remembering the prices correctly, you each could buy a Spelljammer with that kind of money. Or at least pull it all together and buy one.
Or 4 cartons of eggs.
Or 4 cartons of eggs.
Ever-
Especially, yeah.
Ever since
A
there's
gallon of milk.
I
Ever
could
since-
open up my own KFC.
Ever since receiving that missive, Callahan has relatively uneasy on their trek towards this tavern, for those who wield that money, if it exists at all, tend to be those of higher nobility and thus have intricate means or tasks that would require considerable skill. Such an award is misleading, or at least disconcerting.
Yeah, when you think about it, if any of you give it any thought, if there are 6 of you, maybe even 7 of you, if we get another backup player later on, that's 120,000 gold pieces. That's more gold than regions of Faerun
Yeah,
make
that's
in an
government money.
entire year.
Yeah, Finran would have had to ask, is that a lot?
You can
And
buy
this-
whole
Living in
forest
the
with
ices
that.
of gold, Fenrir. You may have been from a commune, but you know that that's a lot of money.
Did this missive come through official channels such as guilds, or does it bear any sigils or wax seals?
It it seems to be certified magically through some means of magical writ that has a specific you probably wouldn't know the specifics of this, but it is basically signed, quote unquote. The paper is signed in a way that magically identifies it as being authentic to specific groups. So if you took this letter to the Mages Guild here in the city, they would be able to authenticate its that it was real.
We don't know who it's
That it
from,
had a
though.
certain signature. That's correct. You don't necessarily know who it's from, but if you took it to a place like that, you might be able to find out.
Well, we're going to learn at the task anyway at this tavern. I don't see any real reason to sidetrack ourselves. At least we'll see whether or not the task at hand is suitable for people of our repertoire.
Indeed. Would any of you like to do anything before you arrive at this tavern?
All I know is I'm highly suspicious.
Something else that I want to point out for my games, just really quickly as an aside, I am a GM who greatly appreciates questions and things of that nature. Sometimes in scenes, not necessarily this scene, but in some scenes, if you aren't actively asking questions, you will miss critical information that might come up. So always feel free to ask questions or think creatively about the scenes that you are in.
Have we been to the tavern that we're going to? Are we aware of it?
No, you've never been to this tavern. This tavern is called the Old Shillelagh. It's a relatively... I wouldn't say it's an unknown tavern, but it's not really anything famous or popular. You probably would have had to get directions to get here, or stepped in with one of the town's offices to find out where this place is registered at.
I had a question.
Sure.
The dragon folk or whatever. That's what was that? A dragonborn or?
Yeah, a dragonborn in chainmail.
Okay.
Had passed you in this beggar by on the street. He was an orange colored dragonborn.
Interesting.
Say, I just want to go over one last thing before we enter this tavern, everyone. How did you receive this letter? It may provide some clues if it was a single source or if they came from different aspects. It may give us a certain advantage to recognize who or which organization may be responsible for these missives.
Can I check out everybody's letters? I can
Or
check
rather,
if I
recounting
see.
how we got it.
All the letters, if you all decide to pull them out, look exactly the same.
Can I roll arcane to check if I realize some detail that might not be obvious?
In fact, what sort of spells do you have? Do
Do
you
you
perchance have an identify spell or something similar?
I have detect magic.
All right. Detect magic will basically allow you to see the aura of this letter, and if it has any magic on it, you can identify the school that it comes from, which would help you in an Arcana check. So, if you would like to use detect magic, I would give you advantage on whatever Arcana check you make.
No,
So, I would
not.
like to know before you make the roll, what you are trying to figure out about this letter.
Yeah, Hawthorne will try to check if it's made all from the same person, so it would probably be weaved in the same manner. And also, if there's some little details of where it came from, how it was made, that people just wouldn't be able to realize by just looking at it.
Yeah, go for it.
Now, I won't use detect magic because you probably would just say, "Yep, it's magic." So, I think that would be a wasted spell.
Like I said, detect magic would let you have advantage on that check, so it is totally up to you.
Oh, I'll use detect magic then.
All right, I would also rule that you can use detect magic for free because you've had this letter for such a long time. It would make sense for you to have done this before you were with the group.
Oh,
Previous day. So go ahead and use that for free.
all right. How do I roll this?
You should just be able to.
Yeah, he needs to do that a second time.
Oh, okay.
No, I think that's the advantage right to the right there, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I think I am. Yeah, generally you'll have an option to roll advantage with it, and that's what you would want to select. But for this instance, just roll again.
Okay. Ooh,
Unlucky.
unlucky. Yeah.
So, despite all the tinkering that you've done with this thing, even if you spent a lot of extra time to do it, you get the sense that there is magic not just in the letter, not just in the seal of authenticity, but there is magic that has specifically been woven into these letters to make it much more difficult to figure out exactly what magics were used in it, how they were used in it, etc.
So,
Which is
folks,
very advanced.
I have good and bad news. Good news is, yup, it's magic. Bad one is, someone is trying to hide some layer of magic on it. So this might have a secondary effect. So just in case, we should probably be careful with this letter. Maybe I'd rather have someone holding this for us, just in case this don't blow up in flames.
Well, I
This
do.
whole deal is shady as.
And yet here we are as a group heading towards the tavern, and while I do agree with your cautiousness, I believe it is best just to, as some say, go with the flow, as they may require us to show that we are the ones that have the paper and the magic. I'm not
Ah,
worried about the magic, I'm worried about the spell caster themselves, but it may be prudent just to see this offer. We may have the right to refuse it as such.
maybe. Perhaps the flow will lead us to death, which is the natural order of things, but okay.
If I see death coming, I will not be. If death comes, it will face me as I am. But I will make sure to fight it.
Yes.
Can you hold my letter then?
Sure, I will.
Sosk decides to smell the paper.
It smells of paper.
Not paper. Pulpy.
Pulpy.
Can I, as a bounty hunter who works in the bounty and reward system as Waterdeep, could I sort of deduce how many employers in the city would be able to offer this kind of reward? Kind of thinking backwards.
That's a very interesting idea. I would. What kind of roll do you want to make to do that?
I got a feature that says ear to the ground, but it has no numbers attached to it whatsoever.
Can you put that feature in the chat for me, please, so I
Yes.
can review it? And while we're doing that, just so that everybody is on the same page, I like you to declare what kind of roll you're making before you make it, and then get my approval for it, just to make sure
Oh,
that we're all
sorry.
making the right rolls. No
Right.
worries. Yep,
Oh, there it is. Sorry, I clicked it too many times.
no worries.
Oh, canceled
All
out.
right. Yeah, so you have a contact here in Waterdeep that you visited before everybody kind of got together. And what are you trying to do with this contact? Are you giving them the letter to try to have them ask around about it? What would you like this contact to do?
I don't give them the letter necessarily. Something about me feels like it would violate some method of the magical authentication. But what I do is I do mention that I would see an offer for an extraordinarily large sum of money. And does he know if there's any big problems in the city? Maybe this person is someone who I go to for other jobs and stuff, or find jobs for the party through or something. But
Yeah, he gives you a few names. There's of course the crime boss Sanathar in the city. You could try to get it from any one of the notable high seats in the city. But the thing that he says is, if somebody was willing to pay you this much money, it would be all of their money. It would bankrupt any high level person in this city who is willing to give you that much money. It would bankrupt them to give you that as a reward. So either this person believes that either somebody is trying to screw you over, or somebody's incredibly desperate. Maybe a measure of the two together. But they, having been around circles where this kind of stuff happens, he doesn't trust it. Why would anybody trust something? It sounds way too good to be true.
true.
Alfarn is only here because he is sure that his comrades will be stabbed at any moment.
Yeah, you're here to protect them.
Don't-
So, the contact would be willing to take the letter from you and try to authenticate it with sources, but that might take a couple of days. We could say that you came to the city early, certainly.
In that case, I think I will come to the city early. I'm desperately interested in this.
Yeah. So he goes and he gets the letter authenticated, and it comes back, and he gives you the letter back, and he says, "Okay, here's the weird thing. It comes from an account that has a very high trust value with the banks, but it's an anonymous account. So the gold is verifiably there, and this account has never fallen back on a deal, but it also is anonymous."
And so the account's been being used recently.
Yes, the account's been used. It has the gold available, and it is from a certifiably trustworthy source.
I feel like that's even worse.
I've
Yeah.
got
That's terrifying. If there was no money in it, I would be more confident.
if we're allowed to do things a day ahead of time or whatever, I would like to do one thing.
Yeah, what would you like to do?
On my letter, I would have cast See Invisibility to see if there was other things on it.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of doubt it, but
Can you give me the See Invisibility spell card, please?
do I just click it?
Yeah, and it should throw it into the chat. And if you need to refresh, just do a long rest.
Well, I mean, I figured. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Hold on, I don't.
Yeah, the sheet should automatically do it for you. So,
Yeah, you actually click on the icon to the left of the name, I think.
yep.
Oh.
Bear with us, everybody. This is some players' first time using Foundry.
I'm
I will
clicking the name
probably
and a little
stumble through
thing
some
pops
things
up, but I
too.
don't know how to do it.
Let me pull up your sheet, and I can see if I can tinker with it and do it for you.
Keep going away when I. Oh, I clicked this part. I got it.
Yeah, click the little dice, and it should do it for you. And then refill that spell slot.
Yep, doing it right now. Okay.
All right. You see invisible creatures and objects as if they were invisible. Ooh, okay. Yeah. So you cast the invisibility, and this letter seems to be absolutely covered in little glowing bits. Little tiny glowing
good.
bits. Those bits are almost too small for you to see, imperceptibly small.
Oh, so the letter basically just kind of glimmers a little.
Yeah. You get the feeling though that there's something like in that though, right? Like it's small.
Oh, like
there's
it's
something
embedded in the
discernible
pulp.
there if you could only see it. Yeah.
All
There are
right.
discernible shapes to these little things, but your eyesight isn't good enough.
So I'll mention that to the group. Like, one other thing I'd noticed is when I cast a spell upon it, I noticed that in the pulp of the paper itself, there's something not visible to the eye. I can't mention it. I cast a spell that allowed me to perceive the invisible and the astral and ethereal. Wait, just
Ethereal.
ethereal.
Yep.
Oh, weird. Ethereal, and I can't quite see what it is, but there's something in it. So the paper itself seems to be enchanted as well. Just so we know what we're getting into. Incidentally, I'm still working on the voice. Still workshopping it.
I'm sure we'll solidify it as we go on. I'm not too worried about it.
Speaking of that, I think I may have a feature that may help me.
All right.
So there's no discernible heraldry or markings of any like organization or person, right?
You would first have to find a way to see the parchment closer in order to identify if any of the markings on the paper were of a heraldic symbol.
Well, I do have the class or background feature, rather, of a courtier, which means I had a significant presence in a noble court. I was thinking I can go to a guild or a group and see if they have any sort of records or such with similar characteristics, such as this one. I'll post it right there so people can see.
If you want to try to find something that is similar to this paper, I would say roll me a history check.
Are there any modifiers attached to it on kind of the courtier background?
I'm going to give you a modifier for it, but I'm not going to tell you what it is.
10, and I already can announce that.
Your search was not able to turn up anything valuable. A couple red herrings, but ultimately, as you were following along these paths, they did not bear any fruit.
I've tried, in my own regards, trying to ascertain whether or not the city has any similar records, seeing as not only, as you said, there are trusted accounts, they may have had any history with them. Unfortunately, my sources do not run deep in this part of the Forgotten Realms. I feel that all our answers will be answered once we meet with the contact, or at least an intermediary, which would be most suitable for this hovel of a tavern.
And as we all flash back, we find the party standing in front of the old shillelagh. It is a fairly nice looking tavern with a brick foundation and green siding on the sides. It has a fanciful gilded sign hanging up from a post and a very simple door leading in, almost as if it were a repurposed side entrance. It seems to be 2 stories tall, and inside the windows are dark except for the flickering of candlelights.
Oh, I did have one last question that doesn't affect much, I guess. What district-ish are we in? Nice area, the docks.
Judging by the bakery we've seen and the tavern status, probably in the lower quarters.
Yes.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
certainly in the lower quarters.
Didn't even
of
think
our
about
keep.
it.
So,
All right, thank you.
the old shillelagh stands in front of you.
Enter casually and
Did,
find the quiet corner.
I will peek in a window.
Hawthorne, you enter, and as you do, the threshold of the doorway sort of pulsates, and Branches is knocked back a feet or so and kept from entering.
Oh, okay,
Are you okay?
buddy.
Well, that's
I-
unusual.
It doesn't look like Branches was hurt from this.
What's magic?
Okay. Bullshit.
Oh, I understand
Branches.
it. It's a barrier, and these letters are the passes of entry. That's why Brandt could not get through. I then hand back my letters to those who I took it from and say, "This must act as a key, or at least a validation, if my intuition is correct."
Oh.
I command Branches, hey buddy, hold the ladder with me. Let's try this. And I just like
Get under his
hold-
collar.
yeah, he like bites it softly on one side while I hold the other.
As you try to pass your letter back through, the letter combusts as it touches the threshold.
Who said they didn't want things starting on fire in their pockets? The letter wasn't
I
supposed
told
to
you guys. I told you. Okay, but do I get in?
You're in. Branches
Okay.
is not.
Ah, god damn
You
it.
might have to how did the familiar work? You could unsummon him?
You could. You could dispel the familiar.
I command Branches, hey buddy, I don't think this will work. Can you wait for me outside? Be a good boy. I'll try to bring you a bone later.
Kind of like gives you a look like a bone, but it sits outside and waits. The rest of you, I assume, go in.
I want to just peek through a window quick and then go in. Like I said, I'm highly suspicious.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check through that window.
1 second, let me get back to. Hey, my perception's almost as good as my. Yeah, that 14 was teasing me.
The flickering of the candlelight is all you can see. The rest of the area inside is obscured.
When
you open the door, we can at least see that it's a building inside and not like,
When you look through the doorway, you don't see Hawthorne anymore.
Portal
Hawthorne sees a different scene.
Okay,
but,
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I can wait the rest of the guys before a description.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
interesting.
figured. And I'm guessing this. Okay. Just as an RP thing, Quintro picks up a little pebble and bounces it off the assumed barrier that it doesn't go anywhere near, shrugs, and then walks through.
Yeah, it bounces back and kind of like hits you in the chest. Not with any force.
It's a light underhanded thing, exactly. It's just like, well, shoot. He'll walk through.
Paladin fastens the straps on his armor, checks to see his sword is not caught in his hilt, mutters a small prayer to himself and his party, combs his hair with his hand, takes a deep breath, and walks in confidently.
All right.
Wait,
I'm assuming the rest of you walk in as well.
wait. Callahan says he's walking in.
Yes.
Okay. Before Callahan walks in, I would like to cast Mind Link on Callahan.
All right. Can you give me the spell card for that, please?
Yes, I can.
All right. You cast Mind Link on Callahan.
It says I have to be within a certain range and eyesight from the cast it, but then I can telepathically communicate with him for 1 hour, regardless of range afterwards.
Well, based on the card's description, you currently have a range of 30 feet with it.
Yeah,
Right,
you
but
can
that's the
speak
casting.
to any creature you can see. No,
Oh, okay.
any
Once
creature
it
you can
happens,
see, provided they're within right now 30 feet of you.
Okay, that makes more sense. Cool.
So no, you can speak telepathically to all of us if we're within 30 feet of you.
yeah, have unlimited casting, so then I can cast on everybody.
Oh, I see. So it'll kind of prove/disprove if they're really beyond the door.
Yeah. So you do this, and as soon as people start stepping through the door, the connection seems to disappear.
Oh, so I'll be teleported. Well, that stinks. 'Cause I was going to have them tell me what's behind the door.
Oh God, it's all fartonium out here.
Oh, okay. Well, he knew it was going to be a clusterfuck, so he goes in.
All right. Does anybody else do anything specific before they walk through the door?
Other than having like a hand on my hand next to my knife belt knife, no.
All right.
I figured out
Sauce
my friends
hears the
went in
word
and I only
bones
let
and
out-
walks in.
When you all walk through this portal, you come into what seems to be a tavern. This tavern is just adjusting a little bit for the stream. This
Gorgeous.
tavern is fairly well decorated on the inside. It does not appear to be any particularly special tavern. There is food laid out on the tables, almost as if people had to clear out of it rather fast. And there is one old man
Oh, I was going to
Sitting.
take it on my screen. Now I see it.
at a table in the corner. At the table where this old man sits is laid out a feast for kings, royalty, and he bids you all to come and sit down at the table with him.
I go right up to him and I ask, "Good afternoon, good sir. May I offer you some healing? Maybe I can help you with something?"
Be careful, Hawthorne. This man seems like he's only interested with our contract, of course. I assume you're our contact?
I am. You may call me Zod.
Zod, that's a rather strange name.
I'll step to about here at least.
Where do you hail from, perchance?
Where I hail from is of no import.
On the contrary, depending on the task at hand, it may prove to be valuable information. But of course, we are merely the recipients of your missive, and I shall remain quiet until I see all the plans laid bare. I am Sir Callahan of Cornell, although you may already know that. With me is
I
my
do indeed,
group.
of course, already know this. I know all of you. Quite well, in fact, otherwise I would not have chosen you. Please, take a seat. Eat. You will need the nutrition for the journey ahead.
Quintro is not trying to be rude, but he is, he was an old soldier. He's just at least scoping the place out a little bit before he sits down.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Could I roll insight on this man?
You may roll insight on this man if you would like.
We'll do that. All these wisdom saving throws. What's wrong with you people?
That's a 4.
Well,
I don't know why the party is rolling so poorly recently, but
It's Strahd. He's in the background.
I got a 6 on perception.
got
Or-
a 6.
I guess I'll roll
Alright.
insight.
Got a 6.
Ooh, good
21.
roll.
May I roll to see how delicious this food looks?
I don't think you need to make a roll for that.
But
I think
I'd
it's fairly
like to.
clear that it is delicious already. You don't need to make a roll for
Oh,
that.
I'll sit here.
fine.
I can't sit in the middle. Whatever.
Yeah, he bids you all to sit down.
Sauce will sit with the group.
Yeah. All right, Beals, are you taking a seat away from the?
Oh, yes, I'm trying to pick one.
I'm gonna do,
Alright.
if it's okay, I'm just gonna roll perception as I look around for
Yes, sure.
Trap.
Go ahead.
It's not traps. It's just the old don't trust the place. Ooh. Oh, glitter. Very
Yeah.
good.
First roll
Yay!
20.
Critical on your perception. What specifically are you trying to look for?
He's very not trustworthy, so he's looking for something out of place, especially since he got portaled in. So it's more of a it's like more of like an ambush thing.
Yeah, this place seems very homey to you. There isn't anything that seems particularly out of place. In fact, it seems like a place that is very well lived in. If you could call a tavern lived in.
Yeah,
There
is
is
ambush type things he's looking for, not like secret doors, if that's what you meant.
yeah, you don't seem to see any secret doors or anybody or any hiding places where people might be waiting to ambush.
No mysteriously stacked humanoid shaped boxes.
Yeah, no gazebo in the center of the room that looks like a mimic.
Sir, you're
Actually-
drooling.
I was just going to say is that from that prescription, it seems like the most suspicious thing is that there isn't any person waiting to ambush us. Obviously, bunch of people that live here. Where do they all go?
It's just this one old man who is currently seated, his chair, eating of the food at the table.
Is
In
there
that
meat?
case, what kind of meat is it?
There are meats of all kinds at this table: roast duck, pork, beef, any meat that you could think of. There is a small bit of it.
I'll dig into all that.
As long
I'll
as it's
follow.
identifiable, he'll eat some.
You graciously and perhaps a little sloppily dig into this food, Sosk, and it is doing some things to your taste buds that you've never ever experienced before.
I want to check if this mysterious man is human with my medicine skills.
Go for it.
Alright, let's just click here.
Pretty
All
impressive.
right.
With that roll, you recognize that you would not be able to properly identify this creature's race without performing a much more intensive medical examination.
Oh, I mean, is he breathing? Breathing? Does he look
Yeah,
bad?
he's breathing.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I
Nothing
dig in.
seems out of place. Yeah.
I dig in and
So-
try to not look too suspicious.
All right.
After working with Strauss for a while, I am almost as ravenous as him, although layered with the veneer of polite eating. The food is hard to, it's hard for him to keep control. The food is delicious, just like the courts of Cornell.
Even better than the course of Cornell.
I must get this recipe.
Kind of picking at it, savoring each bite. Did I pick up anything off that 21 insight?
Oh, thank you for mentioning that. You understand that this man has practiced for many years to keep a neutral demeanor and not give anything away about what he's thinking or doing. You get the feeling that this man is so practiced in that he could cast spells without you even noticing. He could be in the most furious rage, and you would struggle to identify that. But he is smiling and chuckling when he hears about the comment on the recipe, and he says, "You would not find this recipe in any book. It is something that I have personally developed after years and years of study."
Monosodium gluta what?
That further begs the question. This is quite a lot of preparation. A task most suited for those of the highest prestige. Of what reason have you chosen us for your escapades? And what sort of purchase? 2,000 coins each of the platinum quality is not one to scoff at, and at first I was quite suspicious, yet, based on all this I would say, thought and preparation. You must have quite a job for all of us.
You are quite observant, Sir Callahan.
As a hand of Cornell, I have to be.
The gold amount is indeed quite a lot, and your skill set may not be up to the par for that amount of gold. At least, you may initially think that. But in fact, you are perfect. Perfect for what we need. Which is a group of people who are relatively competent, who are able to go into a place relatively quietly, without much pomp and circumstance, to look as little of a threat as possible, but still delivering what we need. Let me give you a better understanding of things. I and the group I represent have a colleague who has gone missing from a certain place. This normally would not be a problem. It is a place that has many restrictions set upon it, and so we cannot check in as we normally would. And he has been gone for such a long time. Perhaps 6 or 7 months. Far too long. We sent in a group of people much like you before, and they also have not responded. So we are upping the ante, so to speak. They're sending you. We simply require you to make a delivery to this person, and from there, come back.
And what is this place you speak of?
That is where the reward comes in. Or we would like you all to travel to the land of Borovia.
Could I roll a history check to see if Callahan knows of Borovia?
You certainly may.
I'm going to use my inspiration for this roll.
All right.
Yes.
Tony. Yeah, Sir Callahan has certainly heard of Borovia in horror stories and stories told to children. It is a land of darkness and mist, ruled over by a dread lord, Strahd von Zarovich, rumored to have murdered his brother in cold blood to accept a pact of vampirism. He is told to be an extremely strong wizard, a rather strict leader as well, vicious in fact. Very few have left the lands of Borovia alive to tell tales of what has occurred there. For the land of Borovia is surrounded by mists which block those who have entered from leaving. And it is rumored, in fact, that these mists keep the very souls of those it entraps from leaving. Meaning that if you die there, you do not get to go to the afterlife of the gods who you follow, whether that be the river Styx or the plains and mountains of Celestia. You simply stay there in Borovia to be tormented forever.
Upon hearing the name Borovia, Callahan gets up, puts his hand on the table, and stares at this man dead in the eye. Borovia? Are
He
you
nods.
Borovia? Of all the missions and journeys I've undertaken, what reason is this for? Such a place for people such as us. This is no small task. And only now I realize that the bundle of platinum will only be... he just puts his hand on the bridge of his nose and just takes a deep sigh.
It'd be fascinating, shouldn't it?
You
One
will
can-
not need to worry. For once you have delivered this package that I will give you shortly, you will have a means of escape.
So, as soon as we deliver it, do we have a guarantee of being able to return? How does that work? If
There are no guarantees
one does not,
in ventures such as this.
as I thought.
But
Which-
I intend to at least set you up for success. And he reaches under the table and pulls out a few things. The first thing that he pulls out is a rather strange looking battle axe. It's covered in symbols and decorated with dragon heads, claws, wings, scales, covering this thing. To those of you who have seen a magic item before, this is very clearly something that it would probably be a magic item. And he relates to you exactly what this thing is and explains it to you.
It explains it to us how.
He relates all the information that is going to be available on this item sheet that I'm sharing with you all now.
When
If
it's
you all
deep,
go to the items folder, you'll be able to see this in the list.
So, right there.
Yep.
Hmm.
So this should be revealed to all of you. He's giving you a Slumbering Dragon's Wrath battle axe. He also pulls out a similar looking item, except it takes the form of a blowgun.
Oh, I've now realized what it means by dragon breath damage.
Yes, indeed. So, for context, I random rolled on some tables, and these are going to be the uncommon weapons that you get. Also, he pulls out a small silver figurine in the form of a raven and puts it on the table for you. Consider this an advance. 3 items that should help you along your journey. And just for our audience, I'm going to close these up here. Boom. So take a moment to study those. Later on, you'll be able to assign those as you'd like, and we will continue on. He says, "It is not easy to enter Borovia, but we have procured a number of special items which could take you there. But before I hand those over, I would like to know if you have any questions. For this is not an easy journey."
Well, I'd like to ask my nephews. Do you guys really want to do this? Like, we don't need to.
That's
I mean, before we got to that question, I would like to ask, where are we now?
You're currently in Waterdeep. Oh, you mean you're asking that to Zod?
Yes.
Oh,
I would guess a pocket dimension through what I've known in my travels, but I look at it.
do you say that?
Yeah. I mean, I would just interject briefly, and then
Yeah, Zod nods his head and says,
then trail off
or
as
rather
I look at
that
him. But
Okay, then
this is a pocket dimension, much like Borovia. It exists in its own demi-plane, similar to this structure here, except much larger. And that demiplane itself exists in the Shadowfell, which is under the domain of the goddess Shah.
If you wield such power, why are you delegating these tasks to adventurers such as ourselves?
Simply put, we are much more valuable assets, and we are needed elsewhere. It would not do to have powerful individuals like ourselves simply walk into the plane of shadows, for we would instantly alert some of the higher powers which rule over that domain. And if we were to endanger ourselves without knowing what the dangers are, then we would simply be fools walking right into a trap. But you, who are of extensively less power, would be able to handle yourselves and fly under the radar, so to speak. Although you probably don't understand that term.
Subtlety's always been my specialty, is it not obvious?
As a
All
heavily
right.
armed
Who is your master? Let's just be straight with this.
Zod has no master.
I was going to
Okay,
say that
then who am I delivering something for?
That is not important.
If we're
It
tasked
is.
with
It is. We don't know who we are working with. The
That is
success of
correct,
our
and you do not know who you are
delivery.
delivering to, and that is by design. You see, if your mind was probed for the information, you would simply not have it. We have other means of helping you to identify who you are delivering this item to.
Okay. Well, Halford knows a little bit about Arcane. His argument is valid.
And Quint, oddly enough, he's starting to be warmed over by this guy because it goes with a lot of the military type things. You don't send a general out to take a command post. There's a reason you send a small squad of people in at night with knives. We call it.
You are there to go on a rescue mission. We are not going in to raid. For,
Well,
if I am being honest, we've
the
tried
point
that before.
stands.
And
You
it
don't
has
send an
failed.
army. You don't send a general. You send a small squad. And that's what you're telling us.
He nods again.
But you don't send a squad of goofballs. You send a squad that's been around a couple of campaigns.
Count Strahd Bonzarovich is a very capable individual and quite strong. You would be wise to follow his desires to an extent when you go.
So play nice to a point. I see what you're saying.
Indeed.
Don't.
Very well understood.
Do you have other questions about this job before we get into the details of how you will be getting there and delivering this package?
Saskas, what terrain type there are out there?
Our intelligence leads us to believe that Borovia is a land of boreal forests, pine, etc. There are approximately between 3,000 and 4,000 people in the region.
That seems incredibly small.
There are swamps, mountains, etc.
Sauce perks up whenever you
Boreal
say swamps.
boreal forests tend to have big animal sauce.
Mm.
it
We can
also
have big barbecues.
Also, depending on the swamp, they could be big animals. You kind of trails off.
I think that, judging by everybody's questions and conversations, we are all at least willing to accept your proposal.
Do we know Strahd's basic military capacity? Not his himself, but like his in the policing capacity. Day to day. stuff.
It is unknown what resources this particular Lord of Darkness has at their disposal.
Because, I mean, if there's people, he probably polices them in one shape or another. But okay, I get your meaning.
You will have to gather that information when you get there.
Understood. Had to ask.
I mean, considering what is an entire realm with an unnamed plane with only a few thousand people in it, I'm guessing it's mostly the unliving that patrol its various grounds.
Given that Strahd is a powerful wizard and vampire, it would be very likely that you will encounter many undead creatures in that land.
Got an
This is
accent,
fine.
so hopefully that'll be helping.
I'm not willing to waste an opportunity to visit Borovia, at least to gather information and search for Cornell, for it is quite an undocumented realm.
It'll make for a delightful
Indeed.
story.
Does it?
Before we get into the details of this job, I say we sit down and eat. We will come to the rest of the discussion fully refreshed. And with that, I would like to start our 10-minute break.
No, I thought we had the meeting. Oh, wait, I get it.
Yep. Everybody, we will be back in approximately 10 minutes, and we will return to the show. For my players, stick around for a minute longer as I go over some details.
And as I sing the
And
song,
we will be back to you all shortly.
All
All right. Thanks, everybody. Break time.
All right. I'm a
All right, everybody. Welcome back. We've had a nice little 10-minute break. I hope everybody is nice and refreshed. And we are going to get into the details of how the party will be entering Borovia. So, you all have eaten your food, and in fact, this was a hero's feast.
Nice.
Oh, that kind of hero's feast.
Indeed.
Oh,
So I'm just
that's
going to put part of the spell card in here for you all, so that you can see what we're talking about.
And I shouldn't have just eaten the medieval equivalent of Spam.
tasty spam.
I love Spam.
Tasty, tasty spam.
Can't eat it every day. It's kind of high in salt, but it's good stuff.
So
Is spam mushibi like actually good?
Yeah, it's fine. It's a thin
I
slice
would
of
think
Spam
like
on
raw
rice.
spam would not be a very
Oh
good
no, it's usually
idea.
like glazed,
Like Lay's, like
But-
the potato chip.
no, sorry, glazed. Like it's glazed in a sweet
Oh.
sauce and grilled.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could I roll my 2d10 for my temporary health?
yeah, like do we all roll
Yeah,
or
everybody should roll for their temporary hit points.
All right.
and these are not temporary hit points. This is an increase to your max. Small difference.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Where-
Until the end
Oh,
of the until the end of the benefits last. So for 24 hours, you'll have that extra health.
Where is the actual thing to click it? Or do we have to manually?
You just manually roll.
Oh, okay. Looking for that.
16. So this is to the end of the what?
Until 24 hours have passed.
I think I'm having trouble with my my health.
Okay.
You have to
Let me
unlock.
take a look at that really quickly. Yeah, you have to unlock it.
Oh, it is unlocked. I'm just trying to. Is it the max or temp?
I would just add it as temporary just to make things simpler. And we will all know that it is not temporary, it's max.
Okay, perfect.
Just for the purposes of the character sheet. I noticed in chat before we properly get back in, am I a little bit quiet for anybody in chat, or do I sound good? I can up myself a little bit.
Whoa. Okay, I don't know what the app just did.
Also, we did some audio things over the break for the people who are in the Discord, so hopefully their volume should be a little bit better.
And by the way, I
Oh, I see what has to happen now. Okay.
I need to warn people. Uncle doesn't carry weapons at all. So maybe I should get a blowgun. Just in case.
Sosk agrees.
You don't even have a
However,
knife?
Sosk states that since he knows draconic lore, that often weapons of draconic origin can be cursed.
Well, can we just simply ask Zad?
So he states that it would be smart to check all items for any curses
I
after getting
can
them.
do that. I can do that later.
I can assure you that these items are not cursed.
And you know, Sosk, some of the greatest heroes of history have wielded draconic weapons.
Sosk agrees,
Before
but
they
at the same
died.
time, he has reverence towards dragons, as is his cultural want.
All right.
If everyone is okay, I would prefer to be using the figurine. Being able to send messages and missives seems like a
I've got
good
magic
thing to
as
have.
well, so I have no problem.
Okay,
No problem. I'm my own raven.
perfect. How do I add that to my inventory?
So if you look at the party items, you should just be able to drag that item onto your character sheet and it will populate.
Awesome.
Sosk will accept the battle axe on the condition that it is first put into his cart and then inspected for curses. He doesn't quite trust anything that is just given freely like that.
The old man at the table does not seem to notice you speaking ill about him.
Takes more than just being accused of cursing people to annoy him.
All right. So, Zod pulls a small bag out from under the table, and this bag, it looks like it would almost glow if it wasn't for something else that was on it. And Zod says, "This bag is what you must deliver."
The bag?
Yes, the bag. It is sealed magically. It will only open in the presence of whom it should be delivered to. Do not try to open it. Do not allow anyone who is evil to try to open it. And under no circumstances are you to let the Dread Lord Strahd know that you have this bag, or allow him to come into possession of this bag.
Okay.
Think you can swallow this thing, Sosk?
How big is
That
the
would
bag?
not be advisable.
I can keep
Oh.
it with myself. My armor, my faith can keep it safe.
Is it a belt pouch? Is it the size of a human head?
It is about the size of what you might consider to be a bag of holding.
That doesn't help.
It's about a satchel-sized bag.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know, like, is it going to be a bulky thing? Is it not? That kind of thing.
Well,
It is.
And we can stash it in a backpack. It's not like going to have to be tied to the back in this bright, glowy purple bag going, hey, what's she got?
It does not glow. It seems to be under the effects of something that is suppressing the light that it would give off.
Essence.
Yep. It also appears to feel weightless as well.
Ooh.
well, folks, I hate saying this, but I should be the guy to carry this.
Is that not?
When I turn into an animal, everything I carry like melts into my body and turns back afterwards. So if anybody needs to like run really fast, that's gonna be me.
Zod puts up his hand And he says, this bag is protected from other magical abilities. It would not transform with you.
Oh, I'm glad we found out now.
All right then.
Both
My
times.
buff friend can carry this then.
Very well. I shall do what I can to keep it safe. After all, it is what grants us a means out of Borovia and, of course, our coin.
By the way,
So, as you say that, the bag disappears from Zod's hand, and you find it on your belt, hanging from it.
mysterious friend, do we have an alibi? What will be our excuse to simply walk into Borovia?
You are there, having followed an invitation, of course. He pulls out a singular letter, and he says, "This letter is corrupted by foul magics. This is your key into the land of Borovia. I suspect that it was written by Strahd himself to lure unwary adventurers into his land. You may all give it a read." And he pulls out a letter from a pouch, and he says, "This letter, as you travel along the road, will take you to Borovia from any direction that you travel. Make sure that you are all together as a group, that you do not get separated.
Oh, another portal key.
No, this is a trap."
One that we must walk into if our contract is to be fulfilled.
I meant the key. The letters of
Exactly.
portal key, but okay. Oh,
I will hold. Yeah, he very quickly casts something, and he says, "I will hold a form of your bodies as insurance if your originals do not make it.
What?
That way."
What?
I didn't catch
Yeah, he says that. Yeah, he says that.
I don't understand what he just did, but
Yeah, it's really hard to understand what he just did.
A form
Can I
of our
roll
bodies?
arcane?
You can. I can tell you that it's going to be an incredibly difficult check.
And I
Who
try as well.
knows? Who knows? I might get a
You are
critical.
welcome
went
to.
from here's your way in to
Nope.
I'm taking your body, so I'm not entirely certain what happened.
He says, I'm storing a copy of your bodies. And that way, if your original is lost, and we can retrieve your soul,
Oh, a copy, not like you can't leave this bill. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
that is
Alright.
correct.
Grammar.
Consider it an additional form of insurance for those of you who are intimidated by the fact that you are going to this place. Though, I will reiterate, if you die in Borovia, your soul will stay there.
Wait, but you said we need our souls in order to get resurrected. So one of us has to stay alive to get the souls back?
Either one of you would have to stay alive to get the souls back, or provided the situation that is occurring in there is resolved, we could retrieve them.
Okay.
Sauce is
Doesn't
confused by the
resurrection
legal
magic
talk.
work inside there?
He's
It is
basically
very complicated. It would take me quite a long time to explain it to you all.
offering us another half of a key, sort of.
That makes it less clear.
Perhaps I should not have even mentioned this.
I think I know what you mean, but it feels someone would does.
No,
But okay.
I mean I barely comprehend
I
it.
appreciate the sentiment.
Regardless, this is your key. Take it with you.
Our key wasn't the right word.
So we have the key and the item, but who is our recipient?
You will know when the bag tells you. The bag knows.
In that case, we must make ourselves well known with the people in this land.
Uh,
I have a good face on me. And my bag will help with it.
you may be a Waterdeep 10, but you're a Borovia 4.
Do you have any more questions before I set you on your way?
Sosk thanks him for the food.
He nods and smiles
Well-
slightly.
Well, do you guys just accepted it? Like, are we doing this?
We are in too deep now, and
I mean,
it is quite tempting.
Fine, I'll go and keep you guys alive.
Sosk mentions the potential for great food in Borovia.
Bale's
That is a good point, my friend. I
must
will
impart
take you a
one
cake.
last warning.
Which
When
is?
you enter Borovia, it is a land of corruption. It is a land that will test your spirit and your soul. You may be compelled to accept your more baser urges, to slip and accept things that you normally would not. In some cases, this will be a measure of the land, simply a measure that you must take. In others, you must be wary, for you too can be corrupted by the Shadowfell, by the creatures that lie within. Take great heed in this, for it may be the only thing that will save you in the end.
Delightfully dramatic.
You
In the
did
name
mention
of
something
Cornell,
about-
I shall do what I can to protect this party from the evils of Shadowfell and return alive.
You did mention something about resolving the situation. I'm assuming you mean. How do I put this? I don't know if you mean overthrowing Strahd, but you made it sound like there's.
Once you have delivered this package to its recipient, you will receive more information. Provided you can deliver the package.
I have
No,
a
all right.
very specific question for you, my
I
friend.
have some things to atone for, so I'm in.
I need to ask something that might be very helpful. Does the Feywild has any back door to Borovia or something like that? We might have knowing a back door can possibly be the difference between us failing and succeeding.
We have extensively analyzed the magical connections between Borovia and other lands. It is, for the most part, a one-way connection, though we believe that the lord of the land might have some ability to selectively allow individuals in and out. We do not know how far this ability extends, but it is very likely that there is no connection to any of the other planes except for perhaps the ethereal plane in Borovia.
All right.
Can we-
Well,
From the little I know of Planier stuff, ethereal and astral touch most of them. But that's not a guarantee.
You're generally correct.
I would not expect you to be able to communicate very well with anything or anyone outside.
Oh, I'm no expert. I just learned a few things.
So it feels like the delivery part might actually be the easy part of this process. Getting out to collect our payment seems to be the hard part.
Once you've
Yeah.
made the delivery, your lives will be significantly easier. I promise you that.
Will it make the lives of the residents easier as well?
He thinks about that for a second, and that kind of question like seems to have offset him a little bit. And he says, that is nothing that I could determine. I do not have the faculties to properly predict that situation.
Because this doesn't sound like a nice place to live.
I mean, I don't think they, considering one can only enter, I don't think many of them have a choice.
Voice? No.
Fenrin, you've been studying this guy the whole time. And you know that he has some thoughts about this, but he seems like he's like stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Like he could elaborate, but if he did, he'd be giving you information that he feels he shouldn't.
Okay. You know,
All right then.
makes sense in a way.
I think we have what we need. Well,
Oh, should we read the trap letter out loud?
Oh yes, you
Close.
could read the letter. You
Oh, of
certainly
course, we forgot about
could.
that.
Did I give it to you all?
You said you did. I just don't know who got it.
I did not properly give it to you.
Okay.
And so
Oh, you mean like in Foundry?
Gotta be in party act.
We have it. We have it available. We have the technology to show it to everyone, in fact.
Trapletter.exe.
We have the technology. We can read.
well, most of us.
I don't mind reading it
To
out
be
loud.
Funny it says
Might and
hidden
valor.
I can't read cursive well, but it's funny it says hidden.
Well, that's why we have the text right above there.
No, the text it says hidden.
The text says hidden?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can read it. I can read it there, but
I see.
it's fine.
Yeah,
It's just
I don't know.
funny.
That's a little quirk of Foundry going on right there.
Brina Kalawani. Something.
I can read it.
No, I can.
It says Irina Kolyana.
I read.
Does anybody have a good Burgomaster voice that they'd like to use to read this?
What kind of voice is Burgomaster?
Whatever your character's interpretation of what a Burgomaster would sound like.
Ooh, I've got a great voice for him then.
A
All
fat
right, go for
merchant.
it.
Okay, ready. Hail to thee of might and valor. I, a lowly servant of Borovia, send honor to thee. We plead for thy so desperately needed assistance. The love of my life, what does it say in cursive?
Irina Kolyana.
Verena Koiliana has been affected by an evil so deadly that even the good people of our village cannot protect her. She languages from her wound, and I would have saved her from this menace. There is much wealth in this community. I offer all that might be had to thee and thy fellows, if thou shalt but answer my desperate plea. Come quickly, for her time is at hand, and that I shall have be thine. Koyani Dorovich Burgomaster.
Yes, all he has shall be thine.
Wonderful. Promise of gold, dying love, terrible place.
Bravo.
Great recipe for a story.
Sure, this is not a
intrigued.
scam.
His eyes go wide. He says, "A burgomaster, finally."
Take a left at the rotten stump, right at the nasty gorge.
Well, that doesn't sound like a scam.
No.
Well, at least I'm feeling a lot more confident about our offer here, especially with how thinly veiled this one is.
I asked him, is it any road, or the second we walk down the street, or do we have to be on a abandoned road that this literal take
You
us?
must leave the city.
Okay, so the minute we leave, civilization. Okay.
I can imagine it
It's
now.
very likely.
Yeah, we're not going to just walk back home and go, okay, we'll do it tomorrow, and suddenly poof, we're gone. Okay.
If I imagine it, we will be beset by heavy fogs, too much that we cannot see, and once we exit the clearing, we turn around and suddenly we're in Borovia. I assume that's how it works.
Sounds
This is
about
very
right.
astute.
I've heard
I'm
soldier stories of
surprised.
something similar.
It's not my first time dealing with magic and such, and of course, the Shadowfell brings on an air of visibility and fog, for what better way to enter a realm than to walk into a deadly fog? And once you're in the clearing, you find you are lost within it. I find it is quite a fitting mystique for such a name and place.
Yes, indeed.
I've only dealt with the portal talk by talking to combat wizards. It's the only reason I knew about the little pocket dimension.
Well, I mean, considering the circumstances by which we got here, and it seems more clear cut than I initially was in fear of. But we do have to remember that once we get there, we'll have to likely be soon in the presence of Strahd and have to give off the air of the idiotic and foolhardy adventurer and
Don't worry, I'm sure
hide
our
our
friends
true
here will do.
motives.
Callahan, you can play the role of the
Incidental.
ignorant adventurer, correct?
I don't know. You got you got TV in here. You get cable.
Shall
Very
we?
funny joke. It's a very funny joke. Thank you for that one, Beal. Oh boy. Literally has me rolling on the floor laughing.
Good grief.
Callahan.
Hmm?
Your maximum hit points actually goes into the blue. I had to edit mine. I wasn't able
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
I had to manually put myself up to the proper amount of hit points. I wasn't able to get it to work right.
I look at
Far we
everybody
go.
here, and I put my hand in the middle, and I look at everybody. This is, of course, rather cliche, but for those who say cliche, I say classic. We shall stay here and now. We shall venture into these dark realms, fulfill our duties, gain honor and glory, and make it out with our lives and souls. I propose we make a party name for ourselves, so we may recognize each other as companions.
Yes. Yes.
Well, we are sometimes heroes, sometimes people trying to survive. How about the Incidentals?
I find that name to be quite interesting. I also give my suggestion of the Road Wardens, where we maintain honor on our way, fulfill tasks along the roads that we still walk.
Mm,
You can do a food pun, Sosk, if you have a good idea.
I tried. I can't. I got nothing.
The Last
Okay.
Supper, the first
I'm
course.
trying to think. I think we need to be.
The heroes of the Last Supper.
I think we need
We
to
can
be.
workshop it. We can workshop it.
I like the Incidentalists because it's a little bit more mysterious.
I do
We-
enjoy that name as well.
You don't have to decide
but,
right now, but
but
if
we
you'd
do
like to,
need a very over the top party name to tell
It is over the
whoever
top.
we meet on the other side to give us
it's gonna
honor.
be in the Twitch title too. Once we
Oh,
get it
yeah.
settled, it's gonna be Miles Brandt and the
Incidentals. I like that name. It's catching on to me now.
Yeah, it's like a band name.
It's also
Yeah.
it's just popish enough.
It's a
Can be
band.
imponent
Which I-
if you. This name, the Incidentals, can be very imponent as long as you speak it loudly and very boldly.
I have an
Anything-
idea.
Incidental.
We
all right. So is that what you guys want to settle on for now?
I think so. What do you guys think?
yeah, it fits the traveling band aesthetic.
You have to go with
Maybe-
something now, yeah.
All right.
That's the definition, in case you guys are curious.
That's perfect. We are the incidents.
Dental details and events.
Yep, that's describing everything.
Yep.
All right. I've updated the stream title.
We're
I just
Right.
very
slightly more
quickly
important than
configure
an
some
accent.
Let
things
me
here.
check this.
It'll be really apropos if we end up TPKing very fast.
Yeah, it would. It would actually. It would be amazing.
Well, Team PK, maybe not. I'm really good at running.
It was slightly. That's kind of funny too. Yeah, we're slightly less than the main thing that's happening, according to this guy.
All right. So, if you all don't have anything else, Zod will gladly let you depart.
I want to do something.
All right. What would you like to
I
do?
want to check what's in the background of this place.
The back room of this place?
You might wanna
Yes.
If you get up from the table and go exploring around, Zod does not stop you.
I just want to see if, like, any if there are bodies around.
I have a question, Miles.
Yes.
Well,
What time? Sorry, go ahead.
nobody's here, so I'm gonna take some candles.
You just take the candles off of the tables?
Yeah, we might be in the dark whenever we get in Borovia.
Who doesn't have night vision or dark vision in this party right now?
Humans.
Quite convenient.
I don't have dark
There's
vision.
two half elves. Okay.
I don't.
That's fair.
I get like
Me, I don't.
candles.
Also, fire is more important than just vision.
True. What was I saying? Yeah, what time of day did we arrive at this tavern?
You arrived at about midday.
So, would we want to set out in the morning or leave now and have the rest of the day ahead of us? What do you guys think?
I mean, we can go at.
Let's
We should leave in the next few days, but we don't have to make it a specific time.
And look at Zod and say, is this alright with you if we leave in the next day or two just to settle final accounts and prepare for the long journey ahead?
I would recommend that you leave immediately, as word this event will certainly spread around the town, and the last thing that I would want is for that bag to never hit the shores of Borovia.
I look at everybody else. Perhaps we should take his words into account.
There's
I'm
no
ready.
guarantee that time flows the same here as there.
Yes. I propose we leave now while we have the sun above us.
Like I said, I don't know much about planning your stuff, but I've heard the battle mages heard them. I've had to bodyguard them once or twice, and I've heard them just kind of talking about stuff.
They,
Couldn't tell you any specifics, but I have heard them chat about things like that.
to
We could leave now and get there at midnight. We could wait an hour and get there at noon.
I think that Zod here is more concerned about threats in this world.
Oh, I agree with that. But I'm just saying from our perspective.
we could leave at in the middle of the night.
I think it would be good to leave
I'd
now.
rather
It's
not
like
have the bag to be pickpocketed from.
We just got the
guys,
buff. Yeah,
we just had the hero's feast, but that only lasts 24 hours.
I know.
Therefore,
That's what I'm saying. We leave in a few hours. Yeah.
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 that's a good idea. Yeah,
I
now.
suggest that you leave now.
Very well then.
Well,
What else do we have to do?
I think we have it.
I just wanted to give like a slight opening in time that if we wanted to like grab something like more torches or like other random stuff, we could just do that.
You guys are set. You guys are set now.
As if he was going somewhere, so at most.
Yeah, that's what I was feeling. Some of the space was trying to usher us into.
You've got your horses waiting outside. You've got your mule waiting outside.
I'm ready.
Rations.
So, I mean, if you just say that it takes us an hour to get ready, that would make the most sense.
I think that's all right.
Last minute purchases. Yep,
I want to make a question for the mysterious man.
He disappeared.
Ah, fuck. I
He
clicked
disappeared
wrong.
because Callahan put his token over him.
Whoops.
Oh, you're putting your tokens over. Oh,
Okay.
where'd he go?
Getting all handsy.
One last question. Are you, whatever being you are, aware of any sort of druid that might be leaving Borovia?
We are not aware of many things that happen in Borovia, unfortunately.
Well, if you do, and if you can give me a hint once I'm there, it might be a valuable contact that I can maybe trust.
I will tell you up front that it is very unlikely that we would ever know that information. That is why we are sending you.
It sounds like
deliver this package.
it
And gather
sounds like at
information.
best they have generalities. Yeah.
I
Population.
will leave you with one more important piece. The group that we sent in before, we gave them a set of special earrings that allowed them to communicate with each other without needing to speak. You may, of course, have these earrings if you are able to find out where they are, if they are not alive anymore, which I would assume that they are not.
Well, I can do that for us as long as we're basically in the same room together.
Yeah, but it sounds like the earrings have a bigger range.
Yeah,
Do you have a-
they should do the sending spell, I'm guessing.
And we must keep your profile rather low, and so I will be giving you this. And he hands you, Beals, a rope that seems to have diamond strands in it. And he says, you may use this while you are there. One of you will be able to use this, maybe two. And you will be hidden in that land if you use this, so that none may detect you.
Who's the least sneaking here?
I look at my armor.
Yeah, let's give it to the guy carrying the important package.
And yes, I think that's
Yes.
what they do.
That's actually smart.
Here, have my umbrella.
My bow, my axe, and all that.
My strange diamond rope.
And
My little berries and spores. They're slightly rotten. Okay, we can go now, I guess.
I look to Zod and I say, we will do what we can. But one last notice. What were their descriptions, their names, their appearances, so we may find them?
He kind of strokes his beard a little bit. And he says, I was not the one who sent them on their way. I do not know what they look like.
Do you have even a general idea? How many of them were there?
He doesn't know. He says he doesn't know.
Well,
You know, it sounds like you made the rings. How many earrings did you make?
He didn't make the rings either.
it's a whole organization. He's not going to know every detail.
Right, so
He says that he doesn't have the information that you're looking for.
Fine. And Bales annoyingly looks at Zod and says, the guy who told you he made earrings didn't even say how many earrings he made. You're like a bad wizard.
This is not something that you should prod me on.
If we ever see a group of adventurers that are mute, they don't talk to each other at all, well, it's probably them.
Oh, that's true.
All right. He's going to walk you all outside now so that you stop badgering him about adventuring parties that he doesn't know about.
All right.
He's going to walk you to your horses. And I know some of you said that you had plans to go around and do some shopping and stuff. He's going to ignore that, and he's going to cast mass teleportation on you all and your horses and your cart and put you on the city limits.
Nice.
I believe we have our answer. Gentlemen, let us march outwards.
I swipe a candied carrot when he's not looking.
I will. How do we want to do the marching order? I think Callahan will be best suited leading the front.
We can decide the marching order when we get onto a new scene.
Perfect.
Do you all have anything that you want to do while you're on the outskirts of the city?
I think just take a look at it, take a deep breath, and just look straight forward.
I would call branches. If possible.
No, Branches was with you when the mass teleportation was cast.
Oh, great.
So it should be good.
Great.
Yep.
I'll take too deep a breath. We're downwind of the tannery.
You are, in fact, downwind of a tannery, and it is not a very good smell.
Take a half a breath. You're like, oh, gee.
Oh, man. Preservatives.
Oh, God. That's lye and, what else?
Well, I don't think.
Given that none of you have anything specific that you'd like to do, I would assume that you would all like to go on your merry way.
Bales would like to make a marker in the ground, like a cross or some sort of road sign about the point in which they leave.
All right, sure. You do that. You just kick around some dirt and make a little hole in the ground in the road to kind of symbolize where the start of your journey begins.
Hey, can somebody borrow me a knife?
Salsa has a dagger.
I grab the dagger and I inscribe in a nearby tree. This is where the incidentals began. And I go back to the party. I wrote that in Druidic, by the way.
Hey, for
All
fun,
right.
I'll take the last copper that's not like whatever. I'll fling it over my shoulder just as one of my old superstitions. That's one of my things that I do is a bunch of old soldier superstitions. That's I guess one of them now is fling a copper over my shoulder before I go anywhere.
Oh yeah, you do, and
Into the weeds or whatever.
you don't hear it hit the ground.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
We haven't got
What?
anywhere yet.
You turn, and Waterdeep is still behind you, but there is no coin.
I start moving. Let's go, folks.
That is certainly ominous. Forward. And I start writing with them.
Don't drop anything.
All right. As you begin to walk down the road, the afternoon turns to evening, and fairly soon, the area around you starts to get foggy. And foggier. And foggier.
Dang it, who predicted fog? I'll slap you off your horse.
Hell-handed.
Dang it. Sorry.
And as the fog begins to envelop you and obscure your vision, you huddle close together. Not particularly for warmth, but for security. And soon you're not able to even see a foot in front of you as you keep walking along. The fog settles like a broken corpse around you and fills the air with the silent laughter of those who've traveled this way before. Before you realize it, you start to see the large, tall, boreal trees surround you. And the fog opens up. You stand in the rain, surrounded by trees, and black pools of water stand like dark mirrors in and around the muddy roadway. The trees to the side claw away at the mist until you see in front of you large gates. And they appear as they do in this picture in front of us. Large statues holding ornate swords with their heads chopped off.
Ooh.
Huge iron gates hang on that stonework. And dew clings with cold tenacity to the rusted bars. You're greeted only by silence.
I look around to make sure that everybody made it with us, that all the party members are here.
Yes, it does indeed look like everybody is here.
All 7 of us.
We should search for a village nearby so we can
And I was
get
just
the
waiting for
lay
the
of the land.
Oh, I can't see anything.
You should be able to. I would zoom out a little bit.
I can see.
I clicked my horse and now I can't see anybody else.
Yep, give me a second. I will fix your horse.
Zoom that flat part of the gate.
That's what you get for having a horse.
Yeah, I should have had all of these tokens finished before. There's no reason why they wouldn't
I'll
be able
accept
to
it just
see.
next to it.
Please, swordsmith, fix my horse. My horse clearly isn't working.
My horse, my entire soul and everything about me for a horse.
This is my horse. My horse is amazing.
Oh god. Okay,
tastes
I can
like
only see
crazy.
horses
I
now.
was gonna say, if you give it a lick.
It's just like, okay, we're not gonna get into that. That's a little bit inappropriate for the
Okay,
Twitch stream.
perfect.
Well, I don't go any further than that.
All right, yeah, sorry. so your horse should be good. I'm gonna fix the other horse just to make sure here. And yeah, I would like for the party to decide their marching order, please.
Again, is that thing on the right the wall?
Okay.
The thing on the right is not the wall. That is the edge of the map.
I think it's in front of
okay,
us.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not something that you can see just yet because we're deciding the marching order here.
Okay.
If I'm being towards the back, I mean, I have combat a little squishy, but I don't mind being in the back where people are non-combatant.
I just riding behind everybody, and I tell branches to follow whoever is in front, trying to smell anything that would be out of order.
Sask
Okay, he
will be
does.
in the far back,
I could see everybody. Now I can't.
but he expects someone to take care of his rations.
Perhaps the cart
Nice.
should be in the middle of the group. That way everybody can protect it from both sides.
It's not a bad idea.
If you could see everybody and now you can't, you might simply need to
Reload.
I'm refreshing.
yeah, just refresh.
Can we like go on the cart?
But yeah, you could ride in the cart if you'd like.
Yeah.
Why
If could
would
ride
I?
the cart, I'd ride
Why
the
would I
cart.
walk?
Let
I
me
ride the
put
cart.
on the lower level here.
I just
I
have a
can.
black screen, unfortunately. Oh, now I can see things.
I found a recommendation. If you put your token over the horse and you click and drag, you can move both the horse and
Oh,
yourself.
Indeed.
It makes it really easy to like move around.
Okay, now I can't see anything again. Weird.
Are you clicking on a specific token?
Yes.
Okay, what token are you clicking on?
Mine?
Which one is yours?
Sauce?
Where are you? Where are you? Are you under the cart? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I see you. I got you.
We'll get you out of there.
Yeah, you don't have vision for some reason. That should not be the case. You should definitely have vision. Do you have dark vision?
No.
That's why you don't have vision.
Okay.
Lol lamau.
Can I use a torch?
Of vision in the dark, just for the purposes of being able to see, but it is very dark here.
How do
It is
I?
not that dark though. It should only be dim light. So let me fix that really quickly. I set up the scene a little bit earlier, and it was set in haste. So forgive me.
How do I turn a torch on in Foundry? That
There we go. Should be dim light, so you all should be able to see.
I
Yay.
can see the whole map now, just so you know.
Hell yeah.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
We can configure things like torches and stuff after the game.
That sounds
Give
good.
it time.
This is a learning experience at the moment, anyway.
Exactly. Learn how to use Foundry.
I dance on this rock. No, I'm not gonna.
I'm not sure why the horses are on top. It seems that they are riding the players instead of the other way around for this session. We'll be able to get that figured out another time. Also,
This is
Quintro
fine.
over there scratching his token.
Is there a way to separate the horse from man?
Yeah, you should. It should just be like that by default. So stop moving it, please.
I wonder if a control click will do that.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah. For now, I'm just going to assume that you're riding the horses if you're next to the horses. Same thing with the wagon. If you're next to the wagon, I'm assuming that you're going to be riding the wagon.
Great.
Yeah, sounds
It
good.
makes it
Yeah.
easier. Sure. I mean, Quintro's got no issues walking either way unless there's a reason to be going faster.
Right.
Who does the second horse belong to?
The
Boss.
second horse, belongs to...
Bill?
Yeah, Bill belongs to who again?
I thought Rations was a mule, but it doesn't.
Mule is... So there are two horses and one mule. The mule is Rations. Callahan's horse is Valerian, and someone else has a horse named Bill.
We lost a horse.
Wait, was it the wizard's horse?
One horse is right there. It's red.
Oh my god, it was the wizard's horse. So for context, we had a player who was going to be a Dampier wizard, who unfortunately had to drop, and this is their remnant. Ghost horse.
That would
Oh,
explain
so,
horse
so we
goes.
walked to Borovia and we had a loud horse.
Wait, what?
I mean,
Where did
I
your
would
horse
have,
go?
I would have taken his horse if that was an option.
I wasn't joking when I said there
I
was
can
a
charge.
Poor Bill, gone too soon. He's been removed from the equation.
First death of the
I
campaign.
could have sworn.
Rest in peace,
Bill.
Phil.
Is this your guys' marching order? Is
Sure.
this how you'd like to be?
death.
I mean,
I would like to ride the
I
car.
think this is a little disorganized.
Well, like I
Yeah,
said,
I
I
think,
can help you back. I don't mind. But if they're all on the cart, then it doesn't much matter.
Right.
Where do you want us to not be as far as?
You guys can arrange yourselves however you would normally arrange yourselves. in the
I was
marching
going to say the two people on horses ride the horses, but now we only have one horse. So this
You
feels
want
very
us to
weird
go
having
here.
most everyone ride the cart.
Why did Quintrell go all the way over there?
No,
Yeah.
everyone ride the cart because it's a bandwagon. We're on a band. Everyone get on the bandwagon. Let's go.
I'm staying on Valeria, and I'm keeping
I'm behind
forward.
the cart.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Alparn is a nerd, so he's gonna ride the cart.
Why can't I click the cart? I'm trying not to select it. That's weird.
Okay, everyone's in the cart. Just move the cart and
press
forget
the
about it.
escape button and it should deselect the
Oh,
card.
perfect. All right, cool.
Oh no, you're
Poor
riding under the horse
rations.
again. The horse is riding you.
I can fix it. I can fix it.
Callahan's very strong if a horse can run.
Yeah, he's carrying that horse.
Phrasing, man. Phrasing.
There we go. All right, let's move.
All right.
Hi-yo, Silver. Let's
I'll walk in
go.
between the cart and the other guy. Sure.
As we're walking through, being in the front, I want to take a look as I'm crossing, just left and right, and I want to roll perception.
Especially since we're getting close to something that shows something.
Yeah, I'll stop right here.
The cart people are kind of behind us.
Yeah, no, we can't move all of us at the same time. So
I can I wouldn't move yourselves too much.
That's why I was asking where you want us to stop moving ourselves.
I'm going to stop right here, and I'm just going to
Sauce
look at
would
the
like
gate.
to use his
Yeah, right
stealth
there's fine.
Okay, in that case, I'll be
ability.
here-ish.
All right.
I asked Branches to try and figure out if there's anything close to us, like a monster or someone.
I'm gonna roll for stealth, just FYI.
Branches fails his perception roll.
Is that okay?
Okay.
I'm going to roll perception.
Yeah. So some of you want to roll for perception, and some of you want to stealth. Am I getting that correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Where are you stealthing at? Because you're currently in the middle of a road.
I'm gonna go a little bit off to the side here and stealth.
All right. You want to sneak around in the woods?
Yes.
All right. Make a stealth roll.
Eh.
The rest of you from the road, you hear a lot of like snapping branches and stuff coming from the direction of where Sosk went into the woods.
Oh,
I rolled a nat 20 for perception.
You did.
I'll roll
You
investigation.
catch
I don't know if
the
that's
scent of death on the air.
Is it emanating from somewhere specific or just all around?
It is near the base of this statue, found right here. You get the feeling that there's something there, Callahan.
I
By the smell of
motion my hand and like tell everybody to like stop for a second. I get off my horse, take out my sword, and motion for the others to quietly follow me or not quietly, just follow me as I walk over to this statue head and look at it.
Yeah. You see on the other side of the statue head a human corpse, half buried in the underbrush, about 15 feet from the road.
Let me check
The
it.
young man appears to be a commoner. His muddy clothes are torn and raked with claw marks. Crows have been at the body, which is surrounded by paw prints. The man has obviously been dead for several days. He holds a crumpled envelope in one hand.
I pick up the envelope.
All right. It appears to be a flimsy, stained note. Would you like to read it?
Yes.
All right. You find another letter very similar to the one that you were given when you came here, though this one is written in much different handwriting.
Hail to thee, might and valor, Burgomaster Borovia, adopted daughter, vampire, blood, languages, holy wound, conqueror. I say to you, give us up for dead, that the holy men can demon. Well, return to your war. Oh,
Yeah. For those of our viewers who are just listening, I'll read the full.
sorry, I didn't mean to. I was I
No
didn't.
worries.
I'll do a read then.
I can do this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hail thee of might and valor. May the Burgomaster of Borovia send you honor with despair. My adopted daughter, the fair Irina Kolyana, has been these past nights bitten by a vampire. For over 400 years, this creature has drained the lifeblood of my people. Now, my dear Irina languishes and dies from an unholy wound caused by this vile beast. He has become too powerful to conquer. So I say to you, give us up for dead, and encircle this land with the symbols of good. Let holy men call upon the power that the devil may be contained within the walls of weeping Borovia. Leave our sorrows to our graves, and save the world from this evil fate of ours. There is much wealth entrapped in this community. Return for your reward after we are all departed for a better life. Polyan Yandirovich, Burgomaster.
And I try to figure out who this person is.
A burgomaster is a lord or high noble of a community.
No, I mean the corpse.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the corpse?
Yeah.
Sure. Give me what kind of skills are you trying to use to identify who this person is?
Well, other than common sense, like what his clothes are like, I want to let's use perception. Like I want to know he's an adventurer, someone who got teleported like us. What might be his background?
So you're looking for context clues.
Yeah.
Roll me an investigation check.
All right.
Did the head kill him?
Oh, okay.
15. Yeah, this individual is dressed in commoner's garb. It is fairly detailed. So it has a lot of drapery on it, like cloakwork and stuff, but it is fairly simple. The material is very simple. You get the feeling that this person was probably just a normal farmer or commoner in whatever community they were a part of. The corpse has decayed over a couple of days, and you, with your medicinal knowledge, know that despite the fact that he appears to have been mauled by wolves, he was not consumed, which is not typical behavior of a wolf. If a wolf had fought this individual, it generally would have been to consume it as prey. But this person has not been consumed. They have been left here on the roadside.
Callahan, behead him, just in case. This might be like a werewolf attack. It's weird for animals to not consume a corpse.
But why must I behead it? We should bury the body.
If it's something supernatural, it can come back. And do you guys have a spade to
No.
bury it
No.
deep enough?
That's the one thing I forgot.
I can give it a prayer from Sylvanus to give some sort of rest to his soul, but
I feel Just concerned about hacking away at the corpse.
It's not hacking away. Just split the head from the neck.
Sosk immediately takes his
Yeah, I let
battle
Sauce
axe
do
and
this.
takes it right off his head.
Ghastly.
All right.
Now you can say.
Then I grab the head, like I kind of fit it next to the neck, and I try to give it some kind of prayer to Sylvanus. May your soul come back to the earth. And I respectfully try to figure out if it has like any sort of suspicious bite marks.
Yeah, you utter this prayer, and normally you would feel some sort of connection to your god in doing this, some sort of warmth or reassurance. And as the fog seeps into your bones and holds your will, you don't feel the normal connection that you would.
I know this
You get the
place is
feeling that
far.
regardless of what you personally could do, this man's soul is likely damned.
Are you
Let's see for
okay,
how long?
Hawthorne?
This place is kind of cursed. I don't fear the presence of the gods in here, at least right now. But we might be able to do something like that if we don't die first. Well, we should try to find some sort of village or safe place where we can
Before we get to
collect
that,
our
Hawthorne,
bearings.
before we get to that, let me just check something. And from my robes, I take out the letter of beseechment and compare it side by side alongside the letter of warning, seeing that how similar they are and if they use the same handwriting.
They're not the same handwriting, in fact. They are quite different handwriting.
Different pleas too.
Yes.
One guy's like,
One is telling you to stay away, and the other is telling you to come in.
Based on the parchment and the writing, does one seem older than the other?
Yes. The letter of warning seems significantly older and more decayed than the other.
And
This was what.
investigation on the statues once they're done answering our questions. Tivoli, no.
What are you trying to discern with your investigation roll?
1 second, I've got to tell the dog.
Okay.
It seems like this Baron von Strahd has taken over the community of Borovia, replacing the Burgermeister, yet using his name to bring in travelers, most likely to replenish his stock.
Sosk asks if Strahd is now the Burgermaster.
He is a Baron, I believe, as said by Zod. However, I believe that this is simply, as Zod said, a trap. I do not like the misuse of official documents. It goes against my teachings, both my history and my calling.
You're jumping to some radical conclusions. I mean, we've got two different letters and two different handwritings purporting to be from one person. They could both just be fakes. How do we know they came from Borovia?
Oh, that's to be certain. Why would a letter be sent out as a fake, telling us to stay away?
Excuse me. You hear a wolf howl in the distance as you're discussing this.
Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Quick. I just want to see if I recognize any heraldry or anything. As a soldier, I'd have been at least curious about two armed statues, and I may or may not have recognized anything.
There is a crest on the breastplate of both of these statues, but it is not heraldry that you recognize.
Would I recognize the heraldry, being a courtier and a paladin?
You would not. No.
Ooh.
Heraldry is unfamiliar to you.
I'm going to sketch it in my journal, and then I'm going to... Perhaps it is the original Borovian state before Zod made that pact with the vampire.
Yes. I will share that with you in a moment.
Yeah, my character also has pen and paper, does sketchy type thing. Well, okay, they came out wrong.
The beheading of the statues is quite interesting. It makes me believe in symbolism, as the original protectors of this realm have been
I can't
slain.
well, but the they look like they're in pain. The heads. I'm not leaving the road, but I was just trying to get a better look at that one if it mimics this one.
They both seem to be rather stalwart, although you are right that the rain has worn away the features of one of them to make it look as if it is in pain.
Should have bought
Well,
some. I make a mental
can-
note to buy charcoal because all I have is ink.
we can all talk about this on the
Oh,
road.
absolutely.
I'd rather not be stuck here.
No, I
Would it be wise to use torches to light our way, or shall we remain silent?
I'll take one out of my pack and keep it like in a belt loop, ready to go.
I'll do the same.
I think we should light torches. I think in a way they were expecting anyone who has come this way was someone who was lured here by the letter. Right?
Especially if we have a wagon, we can just keep one on that.
Yeah.
Can I command branches to keep sniffing the mist and try to feel if anything is getting close to the cart?
Yeah, branches has been trying to identify things since you've told him to previously, and he doesn't appear to notice anything in particular.
All right, I'm gonna leave
So
him
we'll show
doing
the party though the crest
bestly.
of the crest that is on the statues here.
Ooh, fancy.
Fancy and very gothic.
Tell what animal that is?
A gothic feature in a gothic campaign?
No.
Who could have guessed?
Fascinating.
So,
Thank you.
as you all are speaking, the gates in front of you slowly open on their own, as if beckoning you inside.
Do we have to? Like, this isn't a place we should go.
Yes, we have to.
I don't
I have to remind you that we right now were foolish enough to listen to the letter. So we must act as fools.
All right then, let's go.
I imagine
As you all
isn't going to be.
are beginning to make your moves,
I'll let.
a large black shape sidles its way from the side of the wall in front of the gate and walks out between the statues. It appears to be a giant wolf. Excuse me, they're coming off the side of the screen. It's not flying at you, don't worry.
Uh-oh.
And from the trees behind you, wolves come out of the mists.
It's an ambush.
Of
I
course.
think it is time to roll initiative.
Nice. Do we have any combat music?
I hear a little.
I would like to have combat music, but I actually didn't prepare any combat music.
Oh, that wasn't
We'll
combat
have really soon, I promise.
I'll make it up in my head.
Yeah, you can do that. I'll have combat music next time, I promise.
All good.
For our viewers at home, you can put on any Witcher track that you want, and that will suffice.
All right, tell us when you want us to roll initiative.
Yep, I gotta get the combat thing going. Create an encounter.
Sure, I'm glad I'm not. Up in front and not the paladin.
I am built for frontline defense. Stay behind me. My shield shall block their blows. My blade shall tear them asunder. In the name of Cornell and the Incidentals.
I mean, I'm not shying away from a fight. I just thought it was funny how we're like, yeah, we got a good line going. Then we were looking at stuff and
Yeah.
Before combat,
You
do
all
we
can
have any
feel
archers?
To roll initiative.
Me as the player, I want to ask: do we have any archers?
I have a bow. I wouldn't call myself an archer.
I have a sling, but I prefer to use my. How do you roll initiative in this?
What the hell? How many initiatives do you get?
Somebody rolled a 20. It was a dire wolf.
How do you roll initiative?
On your character sheet,
On your character sheet, it should be the furthest
Oh,
left
yeah.
attribute.
where it says I
This
and I.
left edge. What tab?
Just on your attribute.
attribute tab, farthest left tab.
It's right next to your armor class.
Armor class.
Oh, boy.
I and
Mod, int, medium.
No, I and I.
Blink any
I don't see I and I on my character sheet.
on the
Oh,
attributes
ini.
tab.
There we go. That was weird. There we go.
All right. I've made the executive decision that all of the regular wolves are going to go on one initiative order. So I'm just going to roll it once, and that is when the wolves will go.
Yeah, I saw you roll all those dice, and I freaked out for a second.
Yeah. Give me just a moment. Oh, those ones haven't rolled initiative. Excellent. Very good. All right. Just need to clear this one's out. We're going to roll it once. 10. Pretty standard. All right. I like it. And then I just need to pull up a few sheets here, and we will be good to go.
Dun, 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 dun.
Thank you for adding your own music. I appreciate that.
Dun, 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 dun.
For our viewers, it will be pretty standard that we won't have combat music for this, but again, in the future, we'll have a little thing in the bottom right that you'll be able to follow to get the music that we're playing.
Dun, 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 doo, dee, doo, doo.
Okay. All right. So it looks like everybody is set. And it looks like the dire wolf is probably going to go first.
Just because he rolled a 20, I mean, geez.
Just ask.
Yeah.
Is there a way
crazy?
Is there a way we can see the initiative tracker?
Yeah, if you go to the second tab there, combat encounters,
Oh,
you'll be
there
able
it is.
to
Yep,
see
there we go.
the order for the initiative. And for our audience here, I think I can pop it out. Yeah, here we go. Let's make sure that everybody can see that pretty well. Yeah, awesome. All right.
Yeah, I'll use that then.
We'll start at the top here. You won't be able to see the wolves until they come on
Oh, that's
to
fine.
the screen.
More space I can use for other things.
And let me just make sure that I'm all set here. I'm gonna take another extra second or two and make sure I pull up the right thing.
Dun. No, I'm kidding. That's how I lose brownie points.
No, you wouldn't lose brownie points for that. Are you kidding? I love it when people make fools of themselves. All right.
Why does it say
I think we're set.
Oh, because I put the temp hit points because I couldn't figure out how to do maximum.
Right.
That's good enough.
I gotta say, Sosk, the art you chose for your familiar is awesome.
That's Hawthorne. Hawthorne's.
Oh, Hawthorne. Sorry. Sorry.
Also, that is the default for the Mastiff.
Looks good.
Which one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, I see him now. I had to zoom in a little.
All right. So this wolf in front of you is fairly strange. It seems to almost be cloaked in shadow. It has deep red eyes. And instead of attacking, it simply stands there in the middle, barring your way, as if to challenge you. And it passes its turn.
Okay. Interesting.
Let's begin here. All right. Direwolf passes. Fenrin, it's you first.
Yep. Looking back and seeing the ones coming up from behind us, I'm just going to shout out, Sosk, we're going to need you at your best. Use Bardic Inspiration. Bonus action.
All right.
So you have a D6 that you get to add to ability check, attack, or saving throw. And then as an action, I'm just going to pull my bow and take a short bow shot at this wolf here.
Which wolf?
How do I
The
ping?
one that you just marked?
No, werewolf, not witch wolf.
I don't see any werewolves on this battle map.
That's why I was joking about
That would be a natural 20 for 9 damage.
Nice. All right. So you get a crit on this wolf here. Very nice.
They were witch wolves, they'd be wearing little hats.
One moment here. Yeah, you crit this wolf, and you shoot it basically right through one of its haunches, and it gives a little yelp. I'm not sure why that happened.
Holy crud! It exploded in a
Yeah.
fireball.
Sorry, that was a macro procking.
I thought, did you have sneak attack?
Nope.
That would be way too many dice for this level of sneak attack. By the way, for our viewers, everybody is currently level 3. We have level 3s here. So that wolf took a pretty major hit, but it still seems to be up. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Are you able to end your turn on your tracker?
I see that now.
Awesome, cool. Callahan, you're up.
Is it possible, instead of taking an action and a bonus action, to take 2 bonus actions?
No.
No?
No.
What?
No,
That-
you may only take 1 bonus action unless something specifically states otherwise.
That makes too much sense. Okay. Let's see here. Can heroism work on oneself?
You're a
You
creature.
would
I
have to
think.
give me the spell card in order to determine.
How do I do that?
Simply use it in the chat.
I'm pretty sure.
The icon next to it. Click it.
Alright,
Oh,
first I'm going to cast Shield of Faith.
It just says a willing creature you touch. So I imagine you count as a creature.
Alright. Then I'll touch myself.
Yes. All right.
So I'm immune to being frightened and gain temporary hit points equal to my spell casting modifier.
Which is 4.
Hold on.
What's
You can
his
only
score?
you can only cast 1 spell on your turn.
Well, no, my Shield of Faith is a bonus action. Oh, okay.
It's still a spell. You can only
Okay,
use 1 spell slot.
Can I undo the spell slot for the heroism thing then?
Yes. So, from what I'm understanding, you're only casting Shield of Faith?
Yeah, I'll just bump up that 1 spell slot. Okay, we're good. So Shield of Faith. My armor is now 21.
All right.
And then I'll let's see, what can I do?
You're currently on top of Valerian too, right?
Here we go. Is that yeah, it is a spell. And that's also a spell. Okay. Let's see. That's what that does. I'm just gonna... Okay, I'm gonna move up and attack the wolf.
Which wolf are you attacking?
The one in front of me, the dire wolf.
All right. You move up to attack, and before you can hit your attack, the shadows seem to move around you, and the wolf reappears here.
That's illegal.
I got an odd feeling.
Be careful with it. I only moved 15 feet. Could I move 2 more over here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
You could even move your total of... oh, actually, you dismounted from Valerian, correct?
Right.
That would have
No,
cost
I
an
already
extra
dismounted when I checked out the body.
Yeah,
then I got
Oh yeah, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, so you'd be able to move even
15,
next to the
and then I moved another 15 here. Yep, and then on my turn here.
That's only 10.
You could get an attack range.
Okay, then I'll move here, and then I'll attack.
All right.
So,
you do.
yep, longsword.
Ooh, that hits.
So +2 because of my proficiency, and +2 because of my duelist feature. That's 11 damage total.
Very nice.
Does Smite work on hit?
I believe so. Yes.
Then I will cast Divine Smite.
Yeah, I believe
Mine's
smite.
divine sense.
Divine sense.
Whoops. Here we go. Divine Smite.
But also, Callahan, it does look like it's already adding your modifiers into your attack damage. So
It did
What
seem
was-
to, yeah.
Well,
In fact,
say that again.
your attack damage, it's already doing 7+2+2. So it's already factoring in your fighting style and all that.
Yeah, but the smite thing is
Yeah, the
No,
smite is
Smite's
extra.
different. Smite's different. But
yeah, that's what I mean.
No, when you were explaining it, which is fine.
Oh
It
yeah,
just-
sorry.
It was doing it the
Wait,
number.
what?
It's good to know
So-
for us.
For each spell level, and I'm only at level 1, so I'll just cast it at first level. So I deal 2d8 damage extra.
That would be you already did your bonus.
2d8 of what type of damage, please?
Ooh, I can
Well,
choose what kind of damage.
Didn't you already
No,
do?
I need to know.
it's
I need
radiant.
to know what kind of damage it is,
Didn't,
please.
didn't
Okay,
you
sorry,
already
sorry.
do your bonus
It-
action for
It
turn?
will be
Callahan?
I need everybody, when we get into combat, right? It's the person whose turn it is who gets to speak. That person and me. Okay?
it will be, let's see. I think it's Divine Smite, so radiant damage, right?
So.
Yeah, it
can you
was
put
to
the
deal
spell
radiant
card up
damage,
for me?
2d8. Here we go.
Can you put the spell card up?
I
Please?
did, right there.
Awesome, thank you. All right. Yeah, nice. All right, you get a really, really solid hit in on this wolf, and it appears to kind of cringe back from your hit and snarl at you,
I end my turn.
gnashing its teeth. All right, before Quintro goes,
Yeah,
one moment. I need to calculate something.
that's fine. Although I do have a question about using attribute skills. Does that take a turn, or is that just like something you can do depending on what it is?
Attribute skills.
Like if
So
I
you
want to do
wanna
a
use
nature
an
check to look
attribute.
at something,
Yep.
does that take my turn, or is it something I can do as I'm doing something? I forget.
So generally, if you're making a check, that will take an action.
A check. That's what I meant.
Yeah, generally that's the case. There are some instances where that might not be the case, like if you're just trying to look at something, but it takes a while to digest.
all
Stuff.
right.
It depends on the situation.
Mostly, I was.
But
Go ahead.
before that happens, this wolf takes a legendary action,
Oh balls!
Uh-oh.
and it is going to attempt to hit you. And, to gnash at you with its claws.
Ooh, I have 21 because of my shield of faith, so it misses.
You're right.
Alright, either it hits my shield.
Yeah, it strikes your shield and it tries to gnash its teeth around your shield and can't do it. It seems to frustrate.
Could do some help over here, Quintro. When you're ready.
And it's your go.
Yep. Okay, that'll kind of negate what I was gonna do. I was gonna do a nature check to see if I could tell what kind of animal it was, but that could probably wait now.
I mean, it's a wolf.
Well, I mean, it wasn't acting violent until he hit it. I was gonna. Anyway, don't worry about it. Why am I? Oh, I have it set on. Okay. The moment I will do a one. Does flanking offer any help if you're not a rogue?
Flanking does. We do utilize flanking as an optional rule. You have to be on both sides of at least halfway through the
Yeah.
token.
So if I walk through the horse or whatever, can I stand here?
Yes.
Okay.
And you would actually have to stand one tile below.
Oh, I
to-
thought it
to
would.
have it
I
count as
thought I'm
flanking.
okay. I mean, I can still make it. I thought it wouldn't.
Yep.
I thought that was close enough. Let's see. I believe I do not recall if Bardic Inspiration is an action or what it was.
It is a bonus action.
All right. In that case, I will bonus action Bardic Inspiration Callahan. I just have to figure out how to do it.
Just press the Bardic Inspiration thing on your sheet.
Oh, oops.
Yep.
I-
Ignore the roll. But Callahan, you should mark your token with the little Bardic Inspiration thing if you
Okay,
can.
I see.
How do I mark my token?
One moment. There should be a little thing that has a halo around a person's body. You just click assign status effect.
Halos.
And
Is
then
that the
inspiration should be in there. If you hover over it, it'll tell you that it's a status effect.
I'll play with that a little bit later. I think I could maybe drag it to him. It's hard to tell.
I'm trying to click my token, but all I get is just the square, and that's it. Oh, I gotta right click it.
You gotta
Okay.
right click it, and on the upper right.
Oh, the halo.
Yeah.
What does it look like for the concentrate? Well, I'm concentrating now because that's what Shield of Faith does.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see Bardic Inspiration as a status effect.
It doesn't look like it is in there as a status, so I would just mark something that would be non-intrusive.
Okay.
To make sure that you know.
Let's do.
Is there a way for me to do it?
Yeah, Holy Shield would work.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, either way, I stand around the side of it, and I say, I'll see if I can distract it by attacking its flank. You do what you do best.
All right, roll your attack with advantage.
Okay. Still navigating things. Do I drag the dice onto the thing?
No, you just click it.
Well, no, I'm not sure how do I...
So, like,
you click the roll button on your attack.
No, but how do I target the thing is my... Oh, right there. Okay.
Yeah. You don't even necessarily need to target it because, yeah, I should just be able to make...
And then do I do it again because I have advantage?
Yes.
Okay. I thought there was a thing that did... Oh, wow.
Yeah, generally there should be, but,
well...
Yeah, that does not hit. Your S-Lock seems to pass through some of the shadows around this creature.
No, not a problem.
It fails to hit it.
I was mostly there as a distraction.
Indeed. This wolf is going to attempt to attack Callahan again.
I have to let you know what that...
It beats my armor.
However, hold on. My Bardic Inspiration's a little different.
That's true, it is.
I can use... hold on. I think I can fix that. Give me a second. I apologize for not knowing how this works just yet.
No worries. Everybody's getting used to their character, so...
You can use it to add to your ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws. Mine... Oh, why would this stay up? I can use to subtract people's attack rolls.
That'd be perfect, yeah.
Yeah, people who have your inspiration can use it to subtract from attack rolls.
How do I do that?
I thought I had to use it that way.
Simply roll a d6, and that will tell me how much it's subtracting.
Yes, by 6.
Yeah, you pop that Bardic Inspiration, and you nimbly dodge this wolf's claws.
I wasn't not attacking it. I was just distracting it enough that you didn't get munched.
Thank you, Quintro.
Excellent. It is now the wolves' turn.
No, it's not my turn. I'm going to try and figure out how this works.
Great idea. So these wolves, some of them are not close enough. So some of them will be using their dash action to get in, and that will end up being their turn. This one's going to come in right about here. This one will dash into here.
Wait, he would. If he did that, he would pass right through me, right through my attack area.
Oh, we're gonna say that he did it so that he didn't have to pass through that square.
Yeah.
And he's got to
reach though.
He's got to leave.
I'm just doing this for the simplicity of the line movements. We're gonna move this one over.
I don't like
here.
him next to my rations, so that's why.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of unfortunate, isn't it?
Oops, sorry, ignore that.
Well,
no worries.
I'm trying to see the rest of the box. Oh wait. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay, that's 35.
Does that guy have enough movement to get 10 feet around me? I have a reach weapon.
You have a what?
I have a weapon with reach.
So,
yeah, he does have enough movement to get around you.
But also, aren't opportunity attacks only if they leave your range?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is like, if it's, he has to avoid the block basically in order.
So,
yeah.
those wolves come in, and begin to harry you.
I thought that the one
Barking.
at the top though was he went through me basically. The
Yeah,
one gearhead.
On
Yeah.
top left.
I think you're right.
Yes,
The
and
wolf-
I'm saying that because of the way that the line movement works, instead of moving him twice, I just moved him once because he would have moved like oops, that's the wrong thing. He would have moved like this, right?
Yeah, he's using a full dash action, so he probably has very.
He has
Yeah.
plenty of movement to get around you so that he doesn't have to get in on your thing. So
I'm gonna get him.
I
and
want
then
to
this
get it.
last wolf is going to dash away and try to leave.
What? Oh, okay. Oh, that was the one that was injured.
Indeed.
Oh no.
All right, Fenrin, it's your turn.
You mean me?
that sounds wrong because
Oh, my screen is Hawthorne.
never
Oh yeah,
got
sorry. My screen was a little bit messed up there. It's Hawthorne.
You named the wolf Fenrir?
Okay, that's how it works. Just so you know, you can also use it to add damage to your attack if you choose to.
Man, this wolf was talking
Alright.
a lot.
Can I do my thing?
It's your turn.
Yes.
Alright, I cast Speak with Animals.
All right.
It's a level 1 spell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast it on. Oh wait, I can cast it? Yeah, it's level 1. I'm casting it, and now I can speak with the wolves. I'm gonna like get up over the cart, spread my arms, and yell, scream as loud as I can. Listen here, you whelps! My pack will rip and tear each one of you if you don't back down and answer all of my questions. Don't make me get over there. And I want to try and maybe intimidate some of them to leave. Like
Yeah.
they're gonna freak out with a human yelling, screaming at them. And maybe the pack leader, which is the Shadow Wolf, will maybe talk to me.
Go for
This
it.
is
Make
my
an
intention.
intimidation roll.
Can I do like a performance roll?
No, this is an intimidation roll.
Yeah, okay, this makes more sense now that I think about it. All right.
A very good check. A very, very good check.
And okay, this went better than I expected. What does happen? Did I do good?
Not for that one.
Oh, god fucking damn it. And I bet it's the Shadow Wolf.
Yeah, you try to do this, and the shadow wolf doesn't even seem to recognize your presence, and the rest of the wolves continue what they were doing,
Good try, though.
Fuck.
as if its
Okay.
mere presence is keeping you from influencing these wolves.
Oh, like one or two
Um,
glances in his direction, and the thing growls, and they all, nope, can't look at him.
He doesn't even need to growl.
God damn it, this is so frustrating.
Great idea,
training.
though.
Do you have anything else that you're doing with your turn? Yeah, that was a good idea.
I give you PC brownie points for that.
Well, I'm over the cart. Can I like back down from the wolf without getting an attack of opportunity?
You would have to disengage, but I will tell you that these wolves don't hit too hard unless they crit. So you should be able to just do what you need to do,
Nah,
even with the attack of opportunity.
I just tell branches to, well, rip and tear, buddy. And this is my turn. I can't do anything more.
Right. Okay. So you want branches to enter combat?
Yeah.
Well, he's
All right, let's
around.
add him to the tracker.
All right.
And, if I can, I'm gonna try to put him at a manual. Why isn't there? He is. Okay. Yep. We're gonna roll his initiative, and then I'm just gonna put him where I want him.
Fair enough.
Where I want him is right next to you.
Sure thing, boss. I'll bite stuff.
All right. So we're gonna go to branches, and you will control branches. So do with his combat as you would.
I'm gonna bite like the one under him, like because
Yeah, this
he's this guy to protect Quint.
All right.
Let
for
me
it.
let me open his sheet. Mastiff here, and how do I roll this? Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, the more we use this, the more it makes sense.
Yep. We'll get into the groove of it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Is this enough?
An 11?
Yeah.
An 11 for a wolf would be blah, 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 blah. An 11 for a wolf is not enough. He tries to bite at this wolf, but the fur around it is keeping him from getting his jaws latched on.
Oh, it's a shame. Oh well, that's my turn.
All right. If you could pass the turn on to Beals, please.
Oh, okay. How do I do that?
There should be on the combat tracker. You can pop it out with a right click.
I see. And
There you go.
and all right. There you go.
Beals, it's your turn.
Awesome. Sure. Okay. So this is that guy. So we need to pull some of this guy's of him. Okay. I'm just going to go in with my scimitar.
All right. Which wolf are you attacking?
Okay. I'm taking the one to my bottom left.
All right. Let's see it.
I said that in a questioning tone, as in, is that the one you wanted me to attack?
I'd go with the top left.
You're playing your character. I'm not playing your character, so.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I don't mind if you guys metagame a little bit about how you're going to do it, but where I'm going to assume that in character, your characters are communicating to each other. So if there's somebody around who like hears what's going on, they'll know.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a little.
You're communicating. It's just generally we want to give the focus to me and whoever's turn it is. But you can jump in a little bit if you feel like you really need to.
Now that I think about it, I could have had the telepathy going on everyone all the time, but whatever. Okay. I think this works. Two-handed from this weapon. Does this have this?
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay. I think the math is correct on this.
Good hit.
Very nice hit. All right.
And then as a bonus action, I can make a follow-up attack for less damage.
All right, let's see it.
I'm just going to roll it again and take the...
All right. Is it a straight roll?
No. Sorry, I did that wrong. It's not a straight roll again. Because it's rolling the damage with this, the issue. The second attack's for less damage.
Right. Can you throw up the feature that you're using in order to make a second attack too, please?
It's the weapon that gives me the feature. It's the double-bladed scimitar. How do I add that?
Oh, right. It's a bonus action to use the other side of it, right?
Yes.
Yep. So you make a melee attack, and then it does 1d4 slashing damage. So that 10 does not hit its AC. So we're gonna move past that.
Gotcha.
Piece.
Okay.
So yeah, you slice into this wolf and cut a pretty nasty gash from its shoulder to its hind, and wound it very significantly. It looks like it is on its last legs, so to speak. Is that your turn?
That is my turn. I'm using my action and bonus action, and I can't exactly move.
All right. Sosk is up.
All right. Sosk is going to go into a rage. Since is speaking a bonus action?
No, speaking is free action.
Okay.
You get about 6 seconds worth of speech.
I'm going to speak to the Shadow Wolf. I'm not going to try and convince him of anything or anything like that. I'm going to say, "See how I eat your pack." And I am going to use my Hungry Jaws attack.
Oh,
Actually, wait. I'll just use my bite attack. So I should have a strength modifier with my rage. I don't see it on my sheet. That's weird.
No, you don't get a strength modifier. You get a bonus to damage rolls and advantage
Yes.
on strength checks and saving throws.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. So I'll use a bite attack on the wolf right in front of me. Additionally, I will be using the Tavern Brawler feat. So whenever I hit him, I'll be grabbing onto him.
Yep.
So here we go.
All right, let's see it.
Where is it? Bite. Trying to use the card. D6 plus your strength modifier, slashing damage.
That
Oh,
was the attack roll.
that's the attack?
No, that is the damage. I need the attack roll, please.
Oh, okay. Where's the attack roll?
It counts as
It
an
should
unarmed.
be... Yeah, it's an unarmed strike.
Where do I... Attributes. I'm sorry, I'm just looking for unarmed strike. I should have that. Unarmored defense. I'm looking for it.
It might be under inventory.
It's not. It's not on the sheet.
Oh.
Yeah. It is 1d20 plus your proficiency plus strength.
Okay, so let's roll 1d20.
Ooh.
19.
Yeah, that's gonna hit regardless of the modifiers. So we'll take that 4 slashing damage, and then you're making a grappling check against this wolf.
The grappling check would be, yes, Tavern Brawler.
All right, you'll make
Strength or Constitution. By 1. You're proficient with improvised weapons. When you hit a creature with unarmed strike, you use a bonus action to attempt to grapple. So it's a strength check.
You're using your primary action
Yeah,
to make
so I have a
unarmed
plus
strike?
2 to damage. Okay. I'm trying to read what rage does because I think it improves that slightly.
Well,
You
no,
said you had a plus 2 to damage?
but the thing is, to rage is a bonus action, so you can't also grapple as a bonus action.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, I guess.
So you're just dealing the damage then.
Yeah, I thought the grapple was whenever I hit it unarmed.
Yeah,
Tavern Brawler says when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike. Okay, right. Okay. That's fair.
Okay.
So I
So
just
you deal 6 damage to this wolf in front of you. Yep.
6 damage. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
All right.
And you get a taste for blood.
A taste for blood. All right. Next, we're going to run through all these wolves and go back up to the dire wolf at the top of the turn order. Bam. All right, it's the dire wolf's turn. He's going to look at you, Callahan. He's not very happy with you.
Aw.
I bet he isn't.
He is going to attempt to bite you again. Actually, he turns and looks at your horse, and he tries to go for your horse's throat.
Larry, no!
Or second rations.
What's the dice roll? I might be able to save it.
You might be able to save it.
Can I try and do something? Like,
I've got a reaction.
I do have something that you can use as a reaction.
features, paladin, action, reaction.
I'm having a reaction.
No, I didn't take that feat. I should have.
That's a damn shame, because this giant wolf is going for your horse's throat.
I'm going to use a reaction. I'm
Silvery
going to use a
barbs.
reaction. Okay, no, never mind.
Hold on.
All right, it'll roll again.
I don't know how I cast it. I think I have to cast on that creature.
You just cast it from your spellbook is fine.
Okay.
I know what it's doing.
It's a reaction.
Yep.
I can cast it.
So give me the spell card for it, please, and then tell me who you're going to give advantage to.
I don't know why I rolled a 15 on that guy.
It's just because of auto rolls. I'm going to make the roll.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I'll give Callahan the advantage.
All right, Callahan, please mark that somewhere.
Because there's no advantage doesn't help when you're getting your throat ripped out.
So I get a 15?
No, that just happens when I cast a spell.
Okay, so I get advantage then.
The wolf is still successful on its attack.
Damn.
I heard that somebody else was going to try to do something.
Yeah, I'm
Is
not
that
after
correct?
that.
Not after that?
No, the chance of it working just went down substantially.
All right. This dire wolf goes for the throat of your horse, Callahan. And pretty much immediately eviscerates it.
14!
Oh!
I'm glad that thing hasn't hurt us yet.
It tears down from the throat down to the belly and lets the horse bleed out as painfully as possible on the ground as it succumbs to its wounds and dies.
Fuck. Well, at least we have dinner.
That's really fucked up.
I set it to
I'm
the
a
death
druid.
condition, but it's now dead.
Thank you. I don't know why it went invisible, or did it? No, it didn't. Okay, it's still there for you, all right?
Yeah, it's still there.
I'm seeing a pool of blood.
Yeah, it goes invisible when I set it to dead. Now it's gone forever. Oh, now it's... Wait, so do I delete it or what?
No, just leave it there.
Yep.
I'm trying to find a thing that I can do to make sure that it stays visible, because I would like you all to see its bloody corpse.
Bastard.
We're just gonna leave it as is.
Yeah.
And we all know that it is very much dead.
Yeah, I like that.
By
Perfect.
horse. We're just gonna use the that one.
Callahan just cries.
How many?
And you notice some motions within the shadows that envelop this wolf that leave you to believe that it might be chuckling.
I grip my sword even harder. That horse has been with me since I left Cornell.
And now it's rotting on the ground. Dead. It will end its turn. Fenrin.
Well, so much for the idea of using the shield or the horse for a shield. Yeah, there's not a lot Fenrir can do right now. I'm gonna go ahead and pop a short bow shot at the one that's coming at Hawthorne.
Thank you, friend.
It's not gonna hit.
Negative.
And for the rest of my turn, I'm just gonna kind of scramble this way. That didn't do what I was supposed to.
So you do. All right. Callahan.
I like to attack. Well, hang on. I have two things. So, Divine Smite is a special, so it's not a bonus action or an action, right?
That's correct.
In that case,
I believe so.
I use Compelled Duel.
Compelled duel.
It must make a Wisdom saving throw, and a failed save is drawn to me. It just advantage on attack rolls against anybody but me, and it can't move away more than 30 feet from me unless it makes a Wisdom saving throw.
All right.
I just put my sword in front of me and point at it and say, "This is between you and me now."
Will it make it? It does make it. It succeeds.
Fuck. Okay, then I just go to attack it. And I have advantage, right? Because of the silvery barbs?
That is correct. You do have advantage on this check.
Alright, I'm going to attack. How do I roll with advantage?
You should be able, when you click it, it should prompt you to roll at advantage. But if it doesn't do that, then I would shift and click and try that.
Oh, that's a good idea. My abilities aren't like showing up as a way to like paste them to people.
Yeah, shifting and clicking just expends the
I did it. Whatever that.
That looked right.
So okay, so 21.
And to confirm, you did shift click in order to.
Yeah, I shift clicked it.
Awesome.
Okay, so at 21 and 6, I'm going to use my Divine Smite.
Oh yeah. Your sword seems to cut through the shadow and then lights up radiantly, and you can smell the seared flesh of this wolf as you hit it with it.
Seared evil.
I will make a coat out of your hide. He's just losing it. Okay. He doesn't want to move. He made his action and bonus action. He's going to end his turn.
Yeah. As you end your turn, it swipes at you again.
Oh, legendaries.
Indeed. Legendary actions.
Okay, that hits.
I'm afraid I can't help you here.
That's fine. I'll tank it.
Nobody can help him here. You take 23 damage.
Okay, so let me just search. Can I just? Okay, hang on.
I'm hanging on.
I'm grabbing my calculator.
Okay.
Okay, so I originally have 25 health, plus my 12 health, which is 37 total. So 37 minus 23, I have 14 health left.
Yep. Sounds right.
And because of the Shield of Faith thing takes concentration, I have to make a concentration saving throw, I think?
That sounds right.
Yeah, how does concentration work again?
Make a con save.
A con saving throw.
It's the
And
button to the lower right of.
Yeah, there should be a button.
Alright, 20, I
You
passed.
Yeah, you're
Yep.
fine.
So I still maintain my Shield of Faith.
You do. All right, it's Quintro's turn.
I don't like the idea of taking some opportunity attacks from various ouchies. I will, however, re-up the. Wait, does any spell count? Don't worry about it. Okay. I will give him another bardic inspiration. Yell out that it's only a flesh wound. Keep it up. Keep the shield up. Sword down. Eyes out. Oh,
I like that. That's good.
I don't know where my bardic thing went. Just again, mark it somehow. I don't want to take up the entire combat by.
All good. I'll mark it.
I'm guessing I get inspiration, or we're doing what do you call advantage because I have the diagonal.
Yeah, you have flanking bonus.
That's what I meant to say.
I'll put up that charm symbol because I already have Holy Shield in that. That's good.
Okay, I rolled a 16 to hit.
On the big wolf,
Yes,
that fails.
better than last time, where I think it was a good old 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that hits.
Hooray!
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if a 16 didn't hit.
You jab your S-stock into this thing, but it doesn't seem to be as effective as you would like.
No,
As the
sounds like-
shadows twist around it.
oh, like I get the hint of resistance and then it goes away.
Yep. All right, it's time for the wolves.
I use a reaction
Ignore that
immediately.
ability.
Yeah. What are you? How are you using reaction?
Okay, I have this skill, a halo of spores. I have invisible necrotic spores that I can target any creature that starts their
Yeah, can you
turns.
put the spell card out for me, please?
How do I do that?
You click on the little dice thing next to that ability.
Yeah, to the left of it.
I'm. Whoa,
Like
this
the icon for it.
isn't working.
There we go.
Oh, okay. It's basically the one that is next to me.
Starts its turn there. Yep. You can use your reaction to deal 1d4, and you roll a 3 on that initially. So it'll take that damage unless it succeeds on a Constitution saving throw against the spell save DC. What is your spell save DC?
I do not know. Let's check. Where
It'll be
do I
The
check?
bottom of the
this?
spellbook page.
yeah, there it is.
It's 14.
All right. It rolls a nat 1,
Oh yeah, get plagued.
so it fails.
Get plagued.
Yeah, so it immediately takes 3 necrotic damage.
Ooh, someone redeemed water break. Swig a swig.
Get away from me, whelp.
That is
Just
a good
rem-
idea.
Just reminding you guys, I'm still talking wolf.
Yeah. All right. It's the wolves' turn.
Lord Grimos posted, I've got a hurdy-gurdy playlist absolutely ripping in the background of this battle. It's fitting to this sort of battle.
That is very true. All right.
Oh, and
since we're-
are the wolves speaking anything of notice
They're not
between
speaking to you at all,
themselves?
no. No.
It looks
okay.
like Pistol 669 redeemed a water break, so
Yep. We're not going to be reading the chat though, guys. Remember.
Oh,
So
sorry.
thank you for redeeming the water break. We'll certainly take some water.
We are approaching our end time. Just
We are approaching our end time. With these wolves, Dix has told us that we could go a little bit longer, but I think that it would be appropriate to end at the time that we set. So, with these wolves harrying you, and this larger wolf,
Can I just have my turn? I promise I'll try to do something cool.
no, it's our end time.
It's
You
fine
will be
then.
able to do your turn at the start of our next session.
Yeah. Woo!
Okay.
We're very excited to continue this another time. We're going to go to a wrap-up screen and talk about the game for about 5 minutes, and then we will leave you all for the night.
All right.
So this is
Thank
where
you guys
we'll
for
stay.
watching.
Yep. 70 viewers is pretty solid for a D&D stream, so thank you all for showing up. I hope you enjoyed it. More fun will come in the near future. more shenanigans. Next session, I intend to hit on some pretty big points of intrigue. So I look forward to seeing you all there, and I look forward to seeing you inviting others to come and watch this show as well, if you liked it enough to do so. In the chat, we can talk about the chat right now. So if any of you all have some commentary that you want us to talk about, feel free to. We are using Foundry as the program. Generally, a license for Foundry costs about $50, and I prefer it over most other virtual tabletops simply because it has access to a very robust set of tools developed by other people, and is generally a little bit easier to use than Roll20. Given the fact that it is also a one-time price tag, I appreciate that a lot too.
And I've got to say, on a note of someone who's played a couple of different virtual tabletops, that once I'm getting the hang of it, I can see it being more fairly streamlined. A lot of buttons to press so that you don't have to hunt down what you're looking for. So I can definitely see it being getting the hang of it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's a little bit of learning curve.
But yeah, the learning curve seems to be lessening now.
Once we get a little bit of time, probably outside of streaming time, I can run through some stuff with all of you to make sure that we're all on the same page about how this works. But it is a good idea to have ended on this combat, I think, because it shows me some areas where we can talk about some stuff.
Yeah, I was about to do something cool. I'll try to remember to do this
Oh, man.
right next
Yeah,
session.
your character has a section for notes, so if you want to just record it in your little character sheet,
Oh, okay.
you're certainly welcome to.
Yeah, put it in your journal. You'll remember for
Oh,
next.
I'll put it in the group journal. Session 0. It's awesome.
Yeah, good idea.
All right, players, do you have anything else before we go off on our own to have a little bit of feedback?
No, just a great first session. It's like parties working well together. Can't wait to continue this.
All right, I'm very, very happy to be hosting this. There is a lot of fun to come in the future. I mourn the death of Valerian, gone far too soon.
And Bob.
Oh, Bill never technically existed.
Well, that's what I mean. He existed only in our memories.
Yes.
I'm going to have to carry a lot of gear now, or put it in the cart.
And if anybody listening to this have never played any kind of tabletop RPG, I'd heavily recommend it. It's really great for your mental health, your social life, and it's also really fun.
Yep.
And exercise, rolling dice, great for your wrists.
What kind of dice are you throwing, man?
They're all made of this steel, and they're each about the size of a Rubik's Cube.
And secretly, they're titanium.
Don't roll metal dice in glass tables. Believe me. Just trust me. Just trust me on this.
So we're gonna go for the night. I hope you all enjoyed. I'm gonna have my players stick around for a little bit for off-screen feedback, but I hope you all enjoyed. And we will be back next Sunday at the same time. So that will be 1 p.m. PST, or since this channel generally uses EST, I believe that is 4 p.m. EST on Sundays. So I look forward to seeing you all next time. Have an excellent night.
Take care, everybody.
Water. Drink water.